Chapter 1650. As the first innate divine dragon since the creation of the world, he was undoubtedly blessed by the heavens. However, in reality, the 10,000 dragons demon emperor was in an awkward position among the dragons. The primordial world was not an ordinary world. It had already experienced the creation of the world several times. Among the primordial gods that remained in the primordial era, there were many primordial dragon gods. The most famous one was the current patriarch of the Eastern heavenly dragon race, purple gold Tao ancestor Zifone. The 10,000 dragons demon emperor was the first innate divine dragon born after the creation of the world. Although he was the leader of many innate divine dragons, not all of them were under his tutelage. Many of them were under purple gold Tao ancestor. Other than the Eastern heavenly dragon race's patriarch Zifone, the Western sacred dragon race's patriarch tyrant's prestige among the dragons was not something the 10,000 dragons demon emperor could compare to. What a rich life, sacred land. In Qin Feng's eyes, the dragon lair under the 10,000 dragons cave was much larger than the one he saw in the spirit sea realm. In the spirit sea realm, the dragon lair under the 7 stars platform of Xingqian School no longer had any true dragons. However, this dragon lair really did exist. It seemed to be underground. In reality, it was in the depths of the endless void, absorbing an endless stream of chaos energy and rapidly growing. Tens of thousands of towering mountains, the dragons swallowed the essence of the mountains, rivers, sun, and moon. Qin Feng's figure was like a hazy light, walking through time and space. He passed in front of the dragon's eyes, but none of them could detect his existence. Qin Feng's eyes glowed. He was looking forward to this trip. According to what he knew, the dragons born in the high-level upper realms were very different from those born in the ordinary upper realms. After a while, he directly entered the depths of the dragon lair. Roar! Roar! The rich and mighty dragon Qi had already affected time and space. In the depths of the 10,000 dragons cave, Qin Feng felt an extremely domineering light traversing the void. It was a huge lair, a lair built on time and space. Qin Feng had seen many dragon lairs in his travels. Some were built in the depths of the earth, some were built at the end of the water eye, and some were built in the storm and thunder. However, this was the first time he saw a dragon lair built in the depths of time and space. This is a powerful dragon whose origin is related to the laws of space-time. Qin Feng narrowed his eyes. From afar, as he entered this land of nurturing dragons, his bloodline seemed to have been stimulated, and a desire to devour was born from the depths of his bloodline. He wasn't unfamiliar with this bloodline throbbing. When the great emperor of the eastern wilderness sent over a portion of the dragon clan's essence blood from the spirit sea realm, he had this feeling. This meant that the dragon bloodline here was useful to him. There seems to be some uninvited guests. In Qin Feng's eyes, several wisps of extremely pure demonic energy were faintly discernible in the depths of the dragon's nest. From afar, Qin Feng could hear several voices talking. A gloomy and hoarse voice sounded. "Your Majesty, the 10,000 dragons demon emperor, you should consider more. The eastern part of the continent isn't peaceful now, and several major forces are ready to make a move to unify the eastern part of the continent and clear the obstacles. Although the Dragon Clan is definitely not the strongest, the Ferocious Beast Clan, the Everlasting Dynasty, and the Nine Serenities Dynasty are all like wolves and tigers. Especially the Everlasting Dynasty. They have the help of many kings. The 10,000 Dragons Cave might not be their match, and if they have the support of the Demon Clan, the outcome will be different." This voice is so familiar. Qin Feng's expression was a little strange. He seemed to feel that he was about to meet an old friend. "Lord Jiuing, don't be alarmist. Although the 10,000 Dragons Cave isn't talented, we have 1,000,000 members of the Dragon Clan under us. We aren't pushovers." Following which, a domineering and low voice sounded. Qin Feng's figure had already appeared in the center of the dragon's nest. Ancient stone palaces rose from the ground in the dragon's nest. The stone palaces were simple and primitive, but the interior was sparkling and translucent. They were refined from the purest crystals of dragon chi. Without a sound, he had already appeared in front of the main hall. Qin Feng looked indifferently at the people in the main hall who were bickering with words. In the main hall, the demon sages and the 10,000 dragons demon emperor were not on good terms. The dragon clan had never thought of themselves as one of the demon clans. They were more willing to call themselves the Divine Beast Clan. What was the Divine Beast Clan? The leader of all beasts. After a while, the demon sages left in exasperation. Let's hope the demon emperor doesn't regret it. Before leaving, the demon sages didn't forget to leave behind some vicious words. Pooh, just a few demon sages, and you want to come to my dragon's nest for nothing. A bunch of paupers. As soon as the beast saints left, a dragon king cursed angrily. Many dragon kings sneered. As one of the top 5 forces in the eastern mainland, the demon clan wasn't the only one who had come to rope them in. Before this, regardless of whether it was the primordial Tao ancestor, the primitive Buddhist sect, Tao sect, demon sect, or even the heavenly court, they had all sent people to approach them. Many dragon kings were already used to threats and promises. An extremely powerful dragon king stepped forward and said in a deep voice, "Demon Emperor, in my opinion, we should consider the primitive heavenly court's conditions. After all, the primitive heavenly court is the orthodox force of the primitive world. They have the Tao ancestors' talisman. The primordial world has just merged with the primitive world. We just need to wait for the primitive heavenly court to free up their hands. With the primitive heavenly court's strength, the many god-fiend dynasties might not be able to stop them." Many dragon kings and dragon monarchs nodded secretly. The primitive Tao sect and the Buddhist sect were the 2 largest forces in the primitive world. The other forces were far inferior. If one wanted to find a backer, one naturally had to find one with strong backing. The primitive heavenly court had the primitive Tao sect backing them. They had the purple cloud palace and the Tao ancestors' talisman. Their position was as stable as Mount Tai. Although the primordial lineage's number of Tao ancestors was about to catch up with the 2 major forces, many of the top experts were still inferior. We can also consider the Buddhist sect's conditions. The 8-division heavenly dragon's power in the Buddhist sect is also extremely powerful. They have the support of several dragon monarchs. The Buddhist sect is also a first-rate force in the primitive world, unlike the demon race, which has fallen into decline. There's also the primordial lineage's Tao ancestor purple gold. Tao ancestor purple gold attained as Tao 8,000 years ago. This Tao ancestor is the primordial dragon god of the primordial dragon race. In my opinion, joining the primordial dragon race is not a bad choice. Many dragon kings in the hall spoke one after another, each expressing their own opinions. They were so noisy that their faces turned red. Many of them had already revealed some obscure signs. All right, all of you can disperse. I have my own plans for this. On the main seat, the myriad dragon demon emperor waved his hand. His expression was majestic, but he had immense and irreplaceable authority in the dragon race. The dragon kings and dragon monarchs turned and left. After the dragon kings and dragon monarchs left, the myriad dragon demon emperor walked down from the divine throne in the center of the dragon lair and bowed respectfully to the void. "Senior, please show yourself." Chapter 1651. Looks like I've underestimated the dragon nest. I really didn't expect it to evolve into an innate spiritual treasure. In the void, there was a slight exclamation. A figure silently appeared in the main hall. The myriad dragon's demon emperor took a glance, and his pupils instantly constricted. It was a black-robed young man. He appeared out of thin air and stood in the main hall. Mysterious light flowed around his body, as if he had merged with the great Tao. He pierced through time and space and stood in the long river of time. He comprehended the innate universal law, so he was especially sensitive to this. An invisible pressure appeared in his heart, and his back was suddenly soaked in cold sweat. "I didn't know that the sacred teacher was here. Please forgive me for not welcoming you." "You recognize me?" Qin Feng was slightly surprised. In the past, I had also entered Green Lotus Mountain to listen to the Tao, The myriad dragon's demon emperor was very respectful. I see. Qin Feng nodded. Then he saw the myriad dragon's demon emperor's respectful expression and immediately waved his hand. You don't have to look like that. I didn't come to the myriad dragon's cave to find trouble with you. I just want to make a deal with you. Please tell me, sacred teacher. As long as I can do it, I will not hesitate to sacrifice my life. The myriad dragon's demon emperor was very sincere. Not only was he afraid of the abyss-like pressure from Tao Ancestor Green Lotus, but he also wanted to repay the karma of listening to the Tao. I don't need you to sacrifice your life. I just need a drop of blood essence from the various dragons of your innate dragon clan. An invisible force lifted the myriad dragon's demon emperor up from Qin Feng's hand. I've always been particular about fair deals. If you have any requests, you can tell me directly. The myriad dragon's demon emperor's eyes lit up, but then he smiled. Sacred teacher, you're too serious. You selflessly pointed out the path of Tao for us. I will never forget this kindness. It's just a drop of blood essence. I'll go get it immediately. After saying that, he directly left the dragon nest. Not long after, he hurried back with a jade box. Sacred teacher, please check it. Qin Feng glanced at it indifferently, and his eyes moved slightly. Although the innate celestial dragons were born less than 10,000 years ago, there were still quite a number of dragon breeds. There were already more than 20 high-grade innate dragon breeds, and there were also many mid-grade and low-grade dragon breeds. There was even a portion of the blood essence of the Eastern Sky Dragon and the Western Holy Dragon clan. Qin Feng's eyes were slightly surprised, but he soon revealed a smile. This was of great significance to him. With a wave of his sleeve, the jade box in the myriad dragon's demon emperor's hand flew into Qin Feng's hand. Looking at the jade box in his hand, Qin Feng's eyebrows flashed with joy. He raised his head and looked at the myriad dragon's demon emperor. If you have any requests, just say it. I will be in seclusion for a month in the dragon's nest. Perhaps you can consider it first. Is it a spiritual item, a cultivation technique, or some other condition? Joy flashed across the myriad dragon's demonic emperor's face. Xiaolong congratulates Saint Sovereign in advance for successfully cultivating the divine ability. 1 month later, Xiaolong will come to see Saint Sovereign again. He slowly left the hall. Qin Feng glanced at the myriad dragon's demon emperor. With a flip of his hand, the jade box appeared in his palm again. Looking around, the central hall of the dragon's nest was quite spacious. Although it wasn't exactly quiet, it was enough to be used as a temporary place for seclusion. At Qin Feng's cultivation level, there was no need to choose a specific place for seclusion. With a wave of his sleeve, the jade box opened. Nearly 100 drops of dragon blood appeared. With his spiritual will, the dragon blood contained all kinds of strange dragon species meridians. With the experience of refining nearly 700 to 800 types of dragon veins, this kind of deduction was a walk in the park for Qin Feng. Roar, roar, roar. Deep roars resounded through the void in the blink of an eye. In an instant, nearly 100 powerful innate dragon kings appeared. One after another, the innate dragon kings were born. In the next moment, they turned into streams of light and were swallowed by Qin Feng's grand mist bloodline. This kind of swallowing had already happened several times. But suddenly, Qin Feng had a strange feeling. This time, the bloodline refinement was a little different. Thinking of the purple jade dragon lord's words, Qin Feng instinctively became vigilant. Rumble. It was as if in the next second when this hint of vigilance appeared, a hint of terrifying pressure suddenly appeared in the blood. The huge claw that had been covering the sky seemed to have cut through time and space as it suddenly smashed toward Qin Feng. Divine light flashed in Qin Feng's eyes. It was as if through this drop of blood, through the river of time, through the end of time and space, and landed at the place where heaven and earth were created. A terrifying bronze dragon appeared. Its 1,000 feet long divine body wriggled, and terrifying divine power vibrated. Qin Feng could see that this divine dragon's divine power was astonishing. It carried a primitive aura that vaguely surpassed the ordinary 16th level Tao ancestors. Extraterritorial fiend, how dare you blaspheme our sacred bloodline? Kacha kacha, as if the universe had collapsed. The giant claw was already above Qin Feng's head. Primordial dragon ancestor. I'm refining the dragon bloodline of this world, but it actually alarmed the ancient existence above the source and aroused the hostility of these ancient existences. Qin Feng looked a little shocked, but immediately reached out a hand. Rumble. The cyan beast claw above his head was suddenly shattered. His palm followed the source of the drop of blood, passed through heaven and earth, the universe, and returned to the time when the primordial world was just created. The giant palm slammed down heavily. Roar, roar, roar. At this moment, some of the Eastern heavenly dragon experts in the primordial world seemed to hear a terrifying roar and a sorrowful cry. Immediately, they felt that the bloodline in their body suddenly went out of control, and an invisible force that suppressed the source of the bloodline dissipated. This is, at this time, in the depths of the primordial world, in the heavenly realm's 10,000 Dragon Valley. Purple Gold Dao ancestor Zi Feng opened his eyes in surprise. Opposite him, an expert in a white robe and shrouded in endless light also had a strange expression. Who was it that destroyed the imprint on our source? But immediately, the white-robed man chuckled. This is really great news. After getting rid of that old thing's imprint, from today onwards as the strongest, we are the source of the Eastern Heavenly Dragon Clan. Tis TSK. It's really good news that comes from the sky while sitting at home. Purple Gold Dao ancestor Zi Feng also reacted. He rubbed his hands wretchedly and beamed with joy. Yes, take advantage of this opportunity to immediately get rid of that old thing's imprint and imprint our immortal imprint. In the dragon nest, after casually killing the ancient dragon at the end of the long river of time, Qin Feng frowned. I really didn't expect that there would be such a thing. Those old farts actually integrated the immortal imprint into their bloodline. Qin Feng's expression was strange. When the immortal imprint was integrated into the bloodline would not be destroyed. Even if the true body died, as long as there was an opportunity in the future, there would be a chance for a descendant's bloodline to return to their ancestors. This was a very sinister method. If it was possible, they could even harvest outstanding descendants with the same bloodline like harvesting leeks. What Qin Feng was worried about was not this. From this method, he saw another danger that he had overlooked in the past on the path of the eternal bloodline. Chapter 1652. Since the blood of the Dragon Clan in the untainted world had an immortal mark, would there be something like an immortal mark in the blood essence of the Dragon Clan in other worlds? Qin Feng knew very well that some experts like to leave a back door in their bloodline or leave behind some strange and bizarre things. It was the same for him. He had inserted many strange things into the Qin clan's bloodline. If someone tried to possess the Qin clan's bloodline, they would definitely suffer. Or if they tried to devour the Qin clan's bloodline, they would be plotted against by his back door. Qin Feng's face was a little gloomy. Also, Qin Feng saw some hidden dangers in the devouring of the bloodline. He was definitely not the only third-step Dao ancestor in the Dragon Clan. If he wanted to break through to the 19th Eternal Realm, he would inevitably have to devour other third-step Dao ancestors or integrate their bloodlines. This kind of integration was not as simple as exchanging a part of the bloodline. He needed to completely seize the other party's dragon bloodline and replace them as the ancestor of each bloodline. If it were any other expert, they would not agree so easily. Qin Feng somewhat understood why the purple Jade Dragon Lord spoke with such certainty. After refining the bloodline of the primordial divine dragon clan, a layer of light appeared on the surface of his body. This layer of light spread and appeared in the mountains, the earth, the rivers, the heaven realm, and even in any space-time of the primordial divine dragon clan in the primordial world, and even in the depths of their hearts. Even the two Dao ancestors of the dragon clan in the primordial world could feel that terrifying figure in the depths of their hearts. This figure was surrounded by endless mysteries and there was a terrifying pressure on his body. It shrouded the endless primordial divine dragon clan in the endless space-time of the primordial world. It had become the bloodline source of the primordial divine dragon clan in the endless space-time of the primordial world. There is such a powerful dragon ancestor. In the heaven realm, in the 10,000 Dragon Valley, Tao ancestor purple gold, great virtue, and great might Tao ancestor light opened their mouths wide. The infinite brilliance from the depths of the bloodline source was beyond imagination. It was incomparably sacred and honorable. Even under that ray of brilliance, they felt their hearts tremble and their divine bodies seemed to be about to collapse at any time. However, if they were obedient, that trace of light would enter their bloodline and make them incomparably powerful. It was as if the source of their bloodline contained endless, profound treasures. At this moment, as the various bloodlines merged with his primordial chaos bloodline and were refined into his own bloodline, Qin Feng felt that no matter which corner of the immemorial world, which space-time, which plane, including the dragon nest and the myriad dragon cave, countless divine dragons were kneeling on the ground, chanting the most beautiful words they could imagine, praising the ancestor who was the source of their bloodline. Such a phenomenon was not only noticed by the Tao ancestors of the Archean world, but also by many powerful Tao ancestors of the untainted world. Their divine thoughts traversed the past, present, and future, trying to find the source of this change. However, they were destined to return empty-handed. Qin Feng's divine abilities had long since transcended the shackles of time, space, and fate. Perhaps only the origin laws of the myriad worlds could restrain and suppress him. In the Eldritch world, in the North Continent of the North Continent, above the Ingzhou Island of the 13 outer prefectures, the Thunder Dao ancestor, the current master of the Dragon Clan, felt a terrifying fear in his heart. Bloodline oppression. The Thunder Dao ancestor's face was gloomy. Since the ancient times, during the Dragon Phoenix Cataclysm, the strongest of the Dragon Clan, the Nine-Clawed Ancestral Dragon and the Nine-Clawed Azure Dragon had fallen. No one in the Dragon Clan could pose such a terrifying oppression to him. Could it be that the Ancestral Dragon, the first dragon, had come back to life? However, the Thunder Dao ancestor immediately denied this guess. Although the Nine-Clawed Ancestral Dragon and the Nine-Clawed Azure Dragon had once become a Tao ancestor, they had been killed by the first innate Tao ancestor of slaughter, and their souls had long been scattered. They cannot be more dead. Also, the only one whose bloodline was superior to his was Dao ancestor Pangu. When Pangu created the world, he was honored as Heavenly King Pangu. This Heavenly King Pangu had a Dharma body with the head of a dragon and the body of a human. He was also honored as the master of the Dragon Clan. After Heavenly King Pangu opened the world, he died of exhaustion, although this was known by everyone. In fact, many Tao ancestors did not believe that Dao ancestor Pangu had fallen in the end. The Thunder Dao ancestor felt uneasy, but after a moment, he decided to go to the North Continent to seek advice from the Supreme Emperor of the Demon Clan. He directly left the Thunder Dao Palace and turned into a bolt of lightning. His speed was extremely fast, and soon he appeared above the North Continent. The North Continent was extremely huge, with hundreds of millions of kilometers of land. Countless demon clans had established demon kingdoms on the ground, enslaved living beings, and established demon clan tribes. Demon Chi was black and yellow, and 9 layers of astral wind filled the air. In the blink of an eye, the demon court's palace of Empress Hua was already in sight. His figure landed in the palace of Empress Hua. With just a glance, he saw Empress Hua sitting on the central throne. Below her was a Tao ancestor of the demon clan who had attained the Tao not long ago. It was a white-robed, middle-aged man who looked very elegant. His hair was white, and he held a feather fan. His eyes flickered with silver-white light from time to time, as if he could see through all changes. That was the 4th Tao ancestor of the demon clan, Tao ancestor by Zhe. Empress. The Thunder Dao ancestor bowed slightly to Tao ancestor Empress Hua. The primordial demon clan had once been prosperous. If not for the shamans and demons fighting for supremacy, both sides would have suffered losses, and they would have almost become the ancient overlords of the primitive world. The primordial demon clan once had 4 emperors: Heavenly Emperor Dijun, Eastern Emperor Tai Yi, Empress Wan Yuhua, and Emperor Shifushi. During the Great Shaman Demon War, Heavenly Emperor Dijun and Eastern Emperor Tai Yi had fallen, and Emperor Shifushi had been severely injured. They had no choice but to reincarnate and cultivate again. Of the 4 emperors, only Empress Wan Yuhua was left. Following the Great Shaman Demon War, both sides suffered losses and ended. The human clan rose, and the entire demon clan scattered. Some joined the various sects, either as disciples, protectors, or mounts. The remaining stubbornly wanted to restore the glory of the primordial demon clan. Under the leadership of Empress Hua, they retreated to the barren North Continent. Empress Hua glanced at the Thunder Tao ancestor. The demon clan wanted to restore the glory of the primordial demon clan and replace the human clan as the overlords. The dragon clan played an extremely important role in this. Thunder, I already know why you're here, but I can't see it clearly. I only know that the bloodline agitation came from the primordial world. Empress, even you can't see the source of the bloodline agitation. The Thunder Tao ancestor raised his head, his heart trembling. His eyes were filled with disbelief. What kind of existence was Empress Hua? She was a Tao ancestor at the second step. With a thought, the universe would change endlessly. What existence could escape the calculation of such an existence and target? Empress Hua's eyes rippled. You don't have to think too much. During this period of time, the entire Eldritch world is changing, and there will be more changes soon. During this period of time, not to mention me, even my senior brothers can't see all the changes in the world. Some people are very dissatisfied, but during this period, I can only watch 3 or 4 chapters. The pressure is too great, and I've neglected a lot of my physical training. I write until 1 or 2 chapters every day. It's too tiring to continue like this. In short, slow work produces fine work. Chapter 1653. A mutation is about to happen. Didn't a mutation happen 10,000 years ago? Tao Ancestor Thunder muttered with a shocked expression. Could it be? Tao Ancestor Thunder's pupils constricted as he looked at Tao Ancestor Empress Hua. This is a mutation in the chaos. Fortunately, we have the upper hand. According to the Tao Ancestor, we just need to follow the prescribed order. Tao Ancestor Empress Hua's eyes sparkled. On the side, Tao Ancestor Baizé was silent, but his silver-white eyes flickered with a strange light. Every mutation in the world was both a crisis and a great opportunity. The last time the primordial world was fused, for Tao ancestors were born from the various sects in the primordial world. If this was in the past, it would be impossible. Outside the 10,000 Dragons Cave, Qin Feng had already left the dragon nest. He glanced at the dragon nest. A faint smile appeared on his face. The 10,000 Dragons Demon Emperor did not propose any conditions in exchange. However, in Qin Feng's opinion, this was the smartest thing about the 10,000 Dragons Demon Emperor. What treasure or cultivation technique could compare to a third-step Tao ancestor owing him a favor? This was a favor that could save his life. With Qin Feng's favor, as long as he did not court death and provoke Tao ancestor Hongjun, it was enough for him to live like a fish in water in the primordial world. His palm moved slightly, and a rich golden light appeared. A portion of the purple faded again, leaving only a small portion of faint purple chi. His palm moved slightly, clenched hard, and quietly pulled out. It was as if the primordial world's postnatal laws were forcefully pulled out of his palm. It was like a peerless divine weapon. Rumble. His palm moved slightly, and it was as if the sky was collapsing. After a moment, the golden light on his palm dissipated, and the invisible heaven and earth laws gradually disappeared. After obtaining a portion of the dragon blood of the primordial world's primordial dragon race, Qin Feng's extreme Tao divine body improved again. After fusing with several postnatal laws, his divine body became abnormally powerful. In front of such an extreme Tao divine body, an ordinary primordial body was already quite fragile. It was a pity that Qin Feng did not have a reference earlier, so he did not know what level the primordial body of this level corresponded to in front of the eternal body. However, his current physical body was indeed more than twice as powerful as before he had merged with the dragon bloodline. There were traces of grand mist Tao fire in Qin Feng's body, which was a flame formed from the transformation of countless grand mist holy power. It was slowly refining the bloodline in his body, removing some impurities, and at the same time, completely absorbing some of the special abilities of the bloodline into his own grand mist bloodline. Thanks to the immemorial ancestral dragon, Qin Feng began to understand some of the key points of bloodline absorption. The strengthening of one's bloodline shouldn't be a matter of blindly devouring. One should also get rid of the impurities and retain the essence, get rid of the false and retain the true. The primordial chaos Tao fire transformed from the primordial chaos holy energy nurtured the power of civilization and laws. It was a powerful flame that could burn the laws of heaven and earth. During the forging process, it could completely refine a portion of the trash, backups, and secret doors in one's bloodline into one's own primordial chaos bloodline, according to Qin Feng's idea. What's next? Qin Feng pondered for a moment and then looked in the direction of the chaos world. Most of the immemorial dragon clan's blood essence in the immemorial world had already fallen into his hands. Next was the Chaos Dragon Clan. For Qin Feng, the higher the level of the dragon clan's bloodline in the world, the greater the benefits he could obtain after devouring it. Before he found the true path to the eternal bloodline, this kind of primitive devouring was one of the most direct ways to test what eternal bloodline was. Since ancient times, there had been rumors of immortal mountains and islands overseas. The ancestral continent, Ing continent, Xian continent, Yinzhou continent, Chang continent, Yuan continent, Flow continent, Life continent, Fenglin continent, and Juku continent were all famous immortal islands. It was rumored that these immortal islands nurtured many immortal medicines that could increase one's lifespan and immortality. Immortals gathered on the immortal islands, which was the hometown of the Chaos itinerant immortals. The Ing continent was in the East Sea. According to the records of the Fiend God's divergent records, it was 4,000 miles long, which was roughly 700,000 miles from the west coast. Superior divine Ganoderma herb. There were also jade stones that were thousands of feet tall. The spring was like wine and had a sweet taste. It was called the Jade Nectar Spring. After drinking it, one would get drunk and live forever. There were many immortals on the continent. However, at this time, the itinerant immortals were no longer as prosperous as they were in ancient times. The Ing continent island had also become the territory of the Dragon Clan. The Lord of the Dragon Clan, the Thunder Tao ancestor, had set up his training ground on the Ing continent island. With a flash of flowing light, Qin Feng's figure was like an invisible brilliance that shot through the universe. In an instant, he appeared on the East Sea's blue waves. Half a year after refining the primordial Dragon Clan's bloodline, Qin Feng rushed to the Chaos world after refining a part of the bloodline in his body that he had neglected in the past. Rumble. Qin Feng raised his head, a trace of surprise flashing in his eyes. From afar, there was a loud sound of thunder coming from the East Sea millions of miles away. Vaguely, there were two huge balls of light colliding. Who was fighting with the Thunder Tao ancestor? Qin Feng's eyes were filled with surprise. The Thunder Tao ancestor was one of the 4 Tao ancestors of the Demon Clan. He could be said to be the confidant of Tao ancestor Empress Hua. The Demon Clan, where Emperor Hua was from, might not be the strongest in the Chaos world, but it would have an immeasurable impact on the other forces no matter which side it was directed to. However, the Dharma power aura of this existence is quite familiar. It seems like I've come into contact with it before. He thought to himself. With a flash of flowing light, Qin Feng appeared not far from the battlefield. It's him. Raising his head slightly, Qin Feng saw a figure that was like the sun. Qin Feng was surprised. He knew that the Ying continent was once a place where itinerant immortals gathered. In the ancient times, Tao ancestor Hong Jun had once set the head of the male immortals as Dong Wang Gong and the head of the female immortals as Shi Wangmu. The head of the male immortals, Dong Wang Gong, established the itinerant immortal alliance and was once prominent. However, his existence angered the heavenly Emperor Di Jun, the Eastern Emperor Tai Yi, who had unified the Chaos world and established the demon clan's heavenly court. Because of his identity as the head of the male immortals, he had suffered the jealousy of many guests of the Purple Cloud Palace. The head of the itinerant immortals, the head of the male immortals. As long as one had great mystical abilities, how could they tolerate the so-called head of the male immortals and a master of the itinerant immortals appearing above their heads? This was especially so for the two ambitious lords of the demon court. Subsequently, the demon court's Eastern Emperor and Eastern Emperor Tai used the excuse that the sun was too hot and vicious and needed to cool down. Therefore, they transformed into the Golden Crow and carried the sun in the sky into the East Ocean to bathe. They killed Dong Wang Gong in one fell swoop. However, although Dong Wang Gong had died, he was not completely dead. He had been saved by the grand, pure Tao ancestor in the past. I didn't expect him to be like the trajectory of the world in time. He has merged with pure yang. Rich pure yang laws appeared above the immortal abode island like the sun in the sky. A white-robed swordsman seemed to have a fiery red floating light around him as he fiercely released terrifying power towards the immortal abode island. On the immortal abode island, a middle-aged man in a blue robe sneered. His face was blue, and he had a beard under his chin. He had ferocious dragon horns on his head, and endless lightning rumbled around him. Chapter 1654. The Thunder Tao ancestor's face was gloomy. He had just returned from a North Lu continent's demon court and had just stepped into his training ground when a newly ascended Tao ancestor in the void blocked his way. His anger was blazing. Taoist Dong Hua, why do you have to be so aggressive? Since you've reincarnated, you should restrain yourself. Why are you finding trouble with me when you've just attained your Tao? Luiz, you're still my junior. You should know very well that Immortal Abode Island was my training ground in the past. Since you know that I've reincarnated, it's only right that I return it intact. It was like a great sun, and pure sunlight was circulating around it. Pure Yang Taoist Lu Dongbin's face was cold. He had a huge karma with Immortal Abode Island. In the past, he was the manifestation of Dong Hua's true chi and lived in the Purple Mansion, hurting all living beings. Immortal Abode Island was the most precious land in the eastern extremity. It could be said that it was his natural training ground. Cultivating here would allow him to resonate with the eastern extremity yang qi, allowing him to achieve twice the results with half the effort. It would also greatly increase his pure yang qi. No matter what, he could not let it fall into the hands of the Thunder Tao ancestor. The Thunder Tao ancestor's face was cold. Thunder was the hub of yang qi. This place was not only of great use to the pure yang Taoist, but also to the Thunder Tao ancestor. Pure yang Taoist, there's no seniority in Tao. I've attained Tao before you, so what kind of senior are you? Don't try to pester me today. Immortal Abode Island is already my training ground, and I won't give it away. The Thunder Tao ancestor's attitude was firm. In the void, Qin Feng's eyes were strange. He slightly drew a trace of grand mist sacred power into his eyes. He saw that the huge immortal abode island gradually changed, as if it had turned into a huge light source. In the chaos world, the boundless yang qi above the far east continuously flowed into immortal abode island. This island state was undoubtedly a treasure trove. Any expert who cultivated the Yang-Qi laws would be able to achieve twice the results with half the effort if they obtained this treasure land. Qin Feng's gaze fell on pure Yang Taoist Lu Dongbin. He had seen pure Yang Taoist Lu Dongbin in the White Snake world. The space-time dimension was amazing. Back in the world of the White Snake, Taoist pure Yang was already an extremely powerful Tao Father. However, When Qin Feng later entered the untainted world, he learned that the pure Yang Taoist was only one of the 8 immortals. He was still drifting in a mortal world and was far from the Tao ancestor realm. In the past, Qin Feng could not explain the situation. The mysteries of the space-time dimension were not something he could understand back then. He could only know how it happened, but not why it happened. But as he entered the 18th step and stepped into the 3rd step, Qin Feng could vaguely feel the mystery behind it, even though he still didn't know the reason behind it. This involved a mystery of the world that he still couldn't understand. However, Qin Feng could feel that as he got closer to the 19th step, he would be able to fully comprehend its mysteries sooner or later. With his eyes flickering, Qin Feng ignored the dispute between the 2 Tao Fathers and went straight into Immortal Abode Island. Immortal Abode Island was the headquarters of the Dragon Clan. Many dragon bloodlines of the untainted land gathered there. Many elites of the Dragon Clan were cultivating in the Thunder Dojo on Immortal Abode Island. It was also convenient for them to listen to the Dao Fathers preaching at any time. Qin Feng's speed was extremely fast, and his attacks were decisive. His attacks were often silent, and the dragon experts on the island found that they had mysteriously lost a drop of blood essence. Just as Qin Feng made a fortune in silence, and most of the Dragon Clan's essence blood in the entire Immortal Abode Island fell into his hands. Rumble. Suddenly, there was an earth-shattering noise. The entire Immortal Abode Island trembled violently, accompanied by an extremely angry roar. A crimson sword light slashed down from the sky. It split the space-time and the universe. The protective shield above the entire Immortal Abode Island was shattered. Innate Tai Chi diagram, Lu Dongbin, don't go too far. In midair, the Thunder Tao ancestor let out an earth-shattering roar. A divine diagram above his head swept across, emitting black and white mystic light, suppressing his thunder laws. At this moment, countless great mystical abilities of the sea race on the East Ocean were shocked. It was the Tao corroboration treasure of the sect master of Rin School, the 3rd step Tao ancestor, Taoist Tai Ching. The Thunder Tao ancestor could only watch helplessly as perfected Pure Yang's sword light struck Immortal Abode Island. This attack would probably kill more than half of the Dragon Clan on Immortal Abode Island. The Thunder Tao ancestor's eyes were about to crack. In the North Lu continent, Tao ancestor Empress Hua and Tao ancestor Bai Zhe looked coldly at Taoist Xiandu and Taoist Taishu. Xiandu, Taishu, is your Rin School really going to war with the Demon Court? Tao ancestor Empress Hua's expression was cold. Taoist Xiandu smiled. Uncle Master Empress Hua, you're being too serious. Junior brother Pure Yang has just returned. He's just taking back what belongs to him. At this moment, the 4 Tao ancestors in the Demon Court changed their expressions. It wasn't just the 4 Tao ancestors in the Demon Court. Many great mystical abilities who were paying attention to the commotion above the East Ocean suddenly widened their eyes and looked at Immortal Abode Island in shock. Taoist Pure Yang was also shocked. The earth-shattering sword light was about to hit Immortal Abode Island, but it suddenly froze in the void. A faint golden light appeared above Immortal Abode Island. Wherever the golden light passed, the air froze, the void froze, and millions of miles of space-time froze. Faint golden figures appeared one after another. I don't have any objections if you want to kill the Thunder Tao ancestor or destroy Immortal Abode Island. However, before that, you have to wait for me to complete something. Qin Feng glanced at the 2 Tao ancestors. With a wave of his sleeve, a golden light swept across. In an instant, the golden light reappeared in his palm in the next second. He had already obtained the remaining blood essence of the Dragon Clan experts. Buddha Lord Green Lotus. Boom! In the Demon Court in the North Lu continent, Tao Ancestor Empress Hua suddenly stood up from the demon throne. A terrifying aura was emitted from Tao Ancestor Empress Hua's delicate body. The entire North Lu continent was in a state of turmoil. Countless great mystical abilities looked in the direction of the North Lu continent in shock. In the Demon Court, Taoist Xian Du's eyes flashed when he sensed the terrifying aura that was close at hand. She is indeed a veteran Tao ancestor, such a terrifying dermic power that blots out the sky. With a wave of his sleeve, the 8 trigrams mystic light appeared on his body and turned into a black and white Taiji 8 trigrams. The 8 trigrams circulated and protected Taoist great void beside him, blocking the aura of Tao ancestor Empress Hua. Her strength is far above mine. Taoist Xiandu was shocked. Rumble. The sky above the North Lu continent changed colors. Tao ancestor Empress Hua's jade-like hand that blotted out the sky quietly reached into the void and seemed to have disappeared into the void in front of her. In the sky above Immortal Abode Island, with a loud bang, the sky suddenly shattered. A jade-like hand that blotted out the sky suddenly slammed down on Immortal Abode Island. Tao ancestor Empress Hua wanted to directly slap Qin Feng to death. Chapter 1655. On Immortal Abode Island, Qin Feng looked up with a cold smile in his eyes. The golden light was faint. Although the radiance circulated around his body, he looked like an ordinary mortal. However, it was this scene that caused the expressions of some Tao ancestors and Buddhist lords to change drastically, especially the pure Yang Tao ancestor and the Thunder Tao ancestor, who were close by. They felt that their Tao integration essence souls seemed to have seen an unbelievable existence at this moment. Their essence souls couldn't withstand this direct gaze and almost exploded from the great Tao laws on the spot. Similarly, Qin Feng stretched out a hand. Boom! A giant hand that covered the sky above Immortal Abode Island shattered into pieces. Just like Tao ancestor Emperor Hua, Qin Feng's hand quietly sank into the void in front of him. In the North Lu continent, under the horrified gazes of many powerful divine masters in the primordial world, the sky above their heads suddenly cracked, and a huge palm slammed down heavily towards the demon court. "Little bastard, how dare you!" An angry roar sounded from the demon court. A divine painting flew out of the sky and swept through the universe, traversing time and space to shatter the huge hand above their heads. The mountain river map. Many primordial world divine masters recognized this supreme treasure. This was the supreme treasure of the demon race's supreme Tao ancestor Emperor Hua. Emperor Hua, although you created the human race, you abandoned the human race, and even placed countless human ancestors in the mouth of the demon race. They ate, enslaved, and even exterminated the human race. Blood flowed like rivers. Your son lost his father, your wife lost her father, and your bones were piled up. Billions of vengeful souls had nowhere to go. You are high and mighty and ignore everything. Today, I will beat you into the dust and turn your demon race into ashes. The cold voice shook the universe. Rumble. Powerful ripples swept across the world. Countless powerful cultivators trembled under these ripples. The mountain river map shattered in an instant, and the huge palm shattered the demon court into pieces. The moment the mountain river map shattered, Tao ancestor Emperor Hua suffered a backlash. Her delicate body trembled violently, and her face turned pale. The two demon race Tao ancestors tried to soar into the sky and fly out of the palm. The golden light from Qin Feng's giant palm evaporated the flesh and blood of the two Tao ancestors. Tao ancestor Bai Zhe had just broken through not long ago, and his Tao integration primordial spirit exploded in the golden light. Fallen, Tao Father Bai's. Thousands of years ago, he had broken through to become a Tao Father in the primeval world, but he had been the first to be slain by Qin Feng. Emperor Hua's Tao ancestor palace was stained with blood. She was far more powerful than Tao ancestor Bai Zhe, but she was still severely injured. Her born great Tao body was riddled with holes under the golden light, like a sieve. The remaining golden light swept across the entire demon court for millions of kilometers. Her beautiful face was malevolent, and her beautiful eyes were dripping blood. This was definitely not the death of just one Tao Father. Under the golden light, almost all the elites of the demon court were killed. Millions of years of hard work had been lost, and the last glory of the demon clan in the valley had turned into blood. That was her hope, and she had entrusted all her feelings to it. Bastard, you killed the elite of my Yao clan. I will not rest until you are dead. Tao Father Empress was beautiful eyes turned blood red. Destructive power roared and turned into a large amount of multicolored light that swept towards the sky. Wherever it passed, it was as if the universe, space, and time were shattered in the multicolored light. The terrifying multicolored light swept across the sky and fiercely collided with a giant golden palm above her head. Tao Father Emperor Hua, this is just interest. In the past, the demon clan slaughtered the human clan. Today, I will return the favor. As the holy mother of the human clan, it's fine if you are biased towards the demon clan. However, you helped the demon clan in their evil deeds and suppressed countless elites of the human clan. In the face of billions of vengeful souls of the human clan, you will also lack justice for them. Qin Feng sneered. He stepped on the waves of the East Sea and formed a seal with one hand. A golden light flew out and instantly tore through space and time for billions of kilometers. Rumble. In the sky above the demon court, a pale golden talisman shattered billions of rays of multicolored light and hit Tao Father Emperor while above the ruins of the demon court. Boom! The born great Tao body shattered. The pale golden talisman wrapped around a beautiful primordial spirit and directly entered the netherworld. In an instant, it entered the depths of the 6 paths of reincarnation. Qin Feng didn't directly kill Tao Father Emperor Hua. Instead, he directly banished this supreme emperor of the demon clan from the cycle of reincarnation. Although she wasn't killed or perished, it would probably take many years for her to return in the future. As Tao Father Emperor Hua was banished from the cycle of reincarnation, the sudden outbreak of war came to an end. However, in the primordial world, many powerful cultivators who witnessed this scene felt their souls tremble. A hint of horror and shock could not be concealed in their eyes. It was earth-shattering. Tao Father Emperor Hua had been defeated. A dignified second step Tao ancestor was actually pulled down from the high and mighty altar and banished from the cycle of reincarnation in just a few breaths. Without a doubt, Buddha Lord Green Lotus had bought into the third step Tao ancestor. At this moment, some of the primordial Tao ancestors in the primordial world felt a chill in their hearts. Many of them looked shocked. There was also a sense of relief. They were glad that they didn't really fight to the death with Tao ancestor Green Lotus back then. As for the journey to the West Quintet and Qin Feng's people, they were dumbfounded and extremely shocked. 10,000 years ago, when Buddha Lord Green Lotus went with them on the journey to the West, he was not even a half-step golden immortal. He was much weaker than some of the older half-step golden immortals. In just 10,000 years, many half-step golden immortals took more than 10,000 years to take a nap. In just 10,000 years, when they met again, Buddha Lord Green Lotus's strength was earth-shattering. Even Tao Father Emperor Hua had been banished from the cycle of reincarnation. Interesting guy. It seems that Junior Sister Emperor Hua has kicked an iron plate this time. On a huge immortal island above the East Sea, above a Tao palace called the Aquamarine Palace, a young Taoist in green clothes raised his sword-like eyebrows slightly. His eyes flickered with a burning desire to fight. However, this desire to fight quickly disappeared, and his eyes regained their coldness. Forget it. My original body was tricked to that place by the old man. It's not a good time to make a move. However, sooner or later, my junior sister is not so easy to banish. If she can't block my sword, a cold glint flashed in the young man's eyes. His terrifying sword intent cut through the past and present and cut through the years. On a cloud bed in the Jade Hollow Palace of Mount Kunlun, a dignified middle-aged man opened his eyes and glanced indifferently in the direction of the East Sea. He locked his eyes on a figure filled with faint golden light above the East Sea and snorted slightly. Then, he closed his eyes and entered the great void again. In the Taiching Palace of the 33 Heavens, The moment Buddha, Lord Green Lotus's aura appeared, an alchemy Taoist with white hair and beard glanced in the direction of the East Sea. Then, his gaze fell on the alchemy cauldron again. His gaze was calm, like the eternal and unchanging heavenly Tao. It was also like an ordinary fire worker in the mortal world. It was emotionless and emotionless. It was as if nothing could shake his eyes. In the world of the Western Pure Land of Buddhism, boundless radiance illuminated the skies. Numerous golden lotuses and ancient Bodhi trees could be seen. Bell chimes could be heard as a monk and a Taoist sat opposite each other. The two of them exchanged glances, and traces of smiles could be seen in their eyes. Chapter 1656. After the shock, many powerful figures knew that from today onwards, the demon race was going to decline. The four Tao ancestors of the demon race were Tao Ancestor Empress Hua, Tao Ancestor Dark North, Tao Ancestor Thunder, and Tao Ancestor Baizé. Tao Ancestor Baizé had died. Tao Ancestor Empress Hua was forced into the cycle of reincarnation. It was unknown when she would be able to regain her current strength. Among the four Tao ancestors of the demon race, only Tao Ancestor Dark North, Kuan Peng, and Tao Ancestor Thunder, Luais, were left. The strongest Tao Ancestor Dark North and Demon Master Kuan Peng were only at the peak of the first step of the Tao Ancestor realm. However, the Witch Sect, Demon Sect, and Heavenly Court were happy to see this scene. In the East Sea, Qin Feng retracted his gaze and looked at Tao Ancestor Thunder and Taoist Pure Yang in front of him. The two Tao ancestors felt a chill in their hearts. It was as if the great Tao rule that their primordial spirits and true spirits were entrusted with was trembling violently, as if it would be shattered at any time. This terrifying feeling of dying at any time made the two Tao ancestors' primordial spirits and thoughts seem to be frozen. Their thoughts stopped working. Qin Feng had no intention of making things difficult for the two Tao ancestors. He turned and left Yingzhou. He needed to return to the primordial world and refine the dragon blood essence again. The East Sea was boundless, as if the water and the sky were connected. Above the Far East Sea, as the primordial world merged, a new sea region and even a continent appeared outside the world barrier. The appearance of this new region was undoubtedly of great significance to the primordial world that was about to be saturated. The appearance of a new region meant new cultivation resources and a new cultivation system. It freed the primordial world, which had already become stagnant and was about to fall into a cycle of internal strife, from the original vicious cycle. As Qin Feng flew, he could see many powerful immortals often passing through the Far East Sea and entering the primordial world in groups. There were even some adventurous cultivators below the immortal realm who drove the refined ships on the sea and took the risk to pass through the territories of some sea demons and beasts. Some people died in the vast sea, while others returned with a full load. Although there were only a few cultivators who had a fortuitous encounter and broke through, it still stimulated groups of experts. When passing through the easternmost land, Qin Feng saw a huge divine tree. It was a divine tree hidden in the easternmost sea amidst the endless storms. The divine tree towered into the sky as if it was connected to the heavens and the earth. Its branches and leaves were verdant and seemed to contain boundless vitality. Jianmu, the East Pole Divine would builder tree. It was one of the most famous world trees in the primeval world. Even from afar, Qin Feng could sense that the world tree seemed to reach straight into the Lingxiao celestial court of the 33 skies. Waves of connate, immortal qi poured down through the builder tree. This was a world tree that was born in response to the immortal Tao. There were many types of world trees, and many spirit roots could evolve into world trees. However, the builder tree was undoubtedly the most suitable world tree to support a world dominated by the immortal Tao. In Qin Feng's eyes, it was able to separate the clear and turbid energy. The clear energy of the 9 heavens could be used by countless immortals to cultivate and forge their primordial spirits. Among the many types of connate essence qi, The clear energy of the nine heavens was the most suitable for immortal Tao experts to build their foundation in the early stages. A faint stream of light cut through the time and space, suddenly drilling out from the void and lightly appearing in front of the path that Qin Feng was flying on. It was a faint purple talisman. Qin Feng frowned and grabbed it. A moment later, his expression changed slightly. This purple talisman came from the purple cloud palace above the 33 skies. Taoist Hong Jun summoned him. Qin Feng pondered for a moment. He didn't suspect whether Taoist Hong Jun had any ill intentions. Taoist Hong Jun was a 19th stage eternal. Ordinary Tao ancestors, whether they were first, second, or third-step Tao ancestors, were immortal and indestructible, but that was only relative to a certain angle and range. For example, Tao ancestors at the first step were known to be immortal and indestructible, but in fact they were only in a world. Once the world was destroyed, Tao ancestors might not necessarily be immortal. And only the eternal ruler, in the endless world, endless time and space, endless dimensions, the eternal ruler was truly immortal and indestructible, an eternal true saint. Qin Feng had only heard of old Taoist Hong Jun in his entire life. In the infinite universe, Qin Feng had only heard of such an existence. If Taoist Hong Jun wanted to harm him, even if he ran to the spirit sea world, it would be useless. I just don't know why Taoist Hong Jun is looking for me. Could it be that I just suppressed his last disciple, and he wants to find trouble with me? Qin Feng's expression was uncertain, but in the next moment, he calmed down slightly. If it was a blessing, it wouldn't be a disaster. If it was a disaster, it couldn't be avoided. With a flash, Qin Feng's figure disappeared above the East Sea. Taoist Hong Jun's original place of enlightenment was Mount Yujing, which was the first famous mountain in the chaotic world after the collapse of the Buzhou heavens. Later, after Taoist Hong Jun achieved eternity, Mount Yujing was hidden, and Kunlun became the first spiritual mountain in the chaotic world. After attaining eternity, his place of enlightenment was moved to the chaos outside the 33 heavens. The entrance to the 33 heavens was originally on Mount Buzhou. After Mount Buzhou was broken, the heavenly court's great Abhijna built the stairway to heaven as a passage for humans. Not long after, because of the 9 phoenixes, Xing Tian of the witchcraft sect fought against the heavenly emperor Xianyuan. Although the heavenly emperor Xianyuan defeated Xing Tian in the end and suppressed him, the stairway to heaven was completely destroyed. Now that they were about to enter the 33 heavens, it had become extremely dangerous. Terrifying astral winds that transcended the realms wreaked havoc. It was enough to easily obliterate the primordial spirits of non-immortal realm experts. Only true immortal realm experts could travel between the earth immortal realm and the heaven realm. After passing through the transcendental squall, it was the 33 heavens. The 33 heavens was the place where the gods of the heavenly court resided. Many of the celestial tribe lived here. The area was vast, and above them were the stars and the even more terrifying chaotic squall. The billions of stars formed a vast starry sky. In the starry sky, the power of countless stars entangled. Not only was it easy to get lost, the magnetic force of the stars was like a knife, very powerful. Generally speaking, the star region manifested by the stars was usually a buffer zone between the outer realms and the outer realms. In fact, in these years, as the Eldritch world developed to the extreme, whether it was the heavenly court, the Tao Fathers of the Celestial Sect of Wonders, or the Buddhist sect of Buddhists, they had never stopped finding trouble with the outer realms. Outside the Eldritch world, there were many powerful worlds. The Eldritch world was known as the 3,000 Great Worlds, and it was not an undeserved reputation. Among them, the elites of the 3 sects, as well as some of the Buddhist sect of Wonders, and even the 3,000 guests of the Purple Cloud Palace in the past, most of them had gone to the outer realms to explore. Or because of various reasons, they avoided the Tao Fathers and ran to the various great worlds to be local emperors. Qin Feng was extremely fast. Like a beam of light, he directly passed through the 33 heavens and went straight into the chaos outside the 33 heavens. The chaotic squall was unusually fierce. Ordinary half-step golden immortals would find it difficult to withstand. He walked in the chaotic squall as if he was taking a stroll in the park. Not long after, in the chaos, a simple and unadorned palace appeared in front of him. From afar, two beautiful boys came forward. Is this exalted immortal green lotus? Chapter 1657. Qin Feng glanced at the two children. The two children were a man and a woman. Qin Feng glanced at them. It was said that in ancient times, there were also two children in front of Taoist Hongjun. They were Hao Hian the Great and Queen Mother. This child did not seem to be as talented as he had imagined. Compared to some of the disciples of the Tao ancestor, he was like a stubborn stone. However, Taoist Hongjun must have his own considerations for choosing him. After entering the hall, Qin Feng saw a gray-robed Taoist sitting cross-legged in front of the hall. "Greetings, Tao ancestor." Qin Feng's expression was solemn and respectful. He glanced at the gray-robed Taoist. He looked ordinary, like an ordinary old Taoist in the countless Taoist temples in the universe. No one could tell that this was the ancient Tao ancestor born at the beginning of the world. Taoist Hongjun opened his eyes and looked at the black-robed youth in front of him. Very young, that was his first impression. In just 10,000 years, he had gone from a mortal to a third-step Tao ancestor of the 18th level. Even in the experience of Taoist Hongjun, he was definitely one of the few. "Are you willing to be my disciple?" Taoist Hongjun smiled slightly. "Greetings, master." Qin Feng was slightly stunned. Without thinking too much, Qin Feng directly knelt down. He could not hide the joy in his eyes. What kind of existence was Taoist Hongjun? He was a 19th level eternal Tao ancestor. To be honest, although a 16th level expert in the untainted world could be called a Tao ancestor. But if there was a real Tao ancestor, it was probably only Taoist Hongjun in front of him. Only a 19th level eternal dominator could be respected as the ancestor of all Tao in the endless space-time, endless heaven and earth, endless dimensions, and endless timelines. Although he had broken through to the 18th level realm and was one level away from the 19th level eternal dominator, it was actually the difference between heaven and earth. In the endless dimensions and endless timelines, the 18th level existence could be called an expert. It could be compared with the 19th level eternal dominator, who could be called an eternal true saint. It was like an ant. To be able to become an eternal dominator and the disciple of an eternal true saint was the dream of countless experts. Taoist Hongjun nodded. "Very good. From today onwards, you're the 5th successor disciple of Hongjun." When Taoist Hongjun achieved Tao at the beginning of the world, he once gave a sermon in the Purple Cloud Palace. The 3,000 disciples were all great divine masters. There were many nominal disciples, but there were only 4 true inheritors. They were the Grand Clear, Jade Clear, and Prime Clear celestial lords born from Panga's legacy. Next was Tao ancestor Empress Hua. Qin Feng suddenly felt a little awkward. After all, not long ago, he had sent his senior sister into the cycle of reincarnation. The gray-robed Taoist smiled as if he had seen through Qin Feng's embarrassment. "You don't have to worry. If you weren't my disciple, I would have to step in to protect the dignity of the Xian sect. However, since we're from the same sect, I'll naturally be fair. You can settle your grudges on your own. As long as you're still alive, it's fine." Qin Feng heaved a sigh of relief. However, Qin Feng's eyes lit up as he looked at the gray-robed Taoist. "Master, I have a question. Can I ask you?" After becoming the disciple of an eternal true saint, he naturally had to take the opportunity to ask some questions. Especially after entering the 18th level, the cultivation method, the direction of cultivation, and how to strive for the position of the eternal sovereign. The gray-robed Taoist shook his head. "I understand your thoughts. However, you should know that the Hongjun Great Tao is the Hongjun Great Tao. My Tao will definitely not become your own Tao." Qin Feng was silent for a moment. He was very clear about this, even if Taoist Hongjun did not say it. Every Tao ancestor had their own path. If they really clung to the Hongjun Great Tao, they would definitely not be able to become an eternal true saint even if their cultivation was successful. They could not even stay by the side of an eternal true saint for a long time. This was very easy to be affected by the Tao aura emitted by an eternal true saint. To a Tao ancestor, the Taoist rhyme emitted by an eternal true saint was almost indestructible. That kind of huge temptation was definitely not something that an ordinary rank 18 Tao ancestor could resist. According to the old rules, I will preach for you for 30 years. After 30 years, you're not allowed to enter the Purple Cloud Palace if you have not attained Tao or if you have not been summoned by me. Qin Feng took a deep breath and bowed respectfully. Thank you, Teacher Hongjun. The gray-robed Taoist smiled. Don't be in a hurry to preach. There is one more thing that you need to prepare. Please tell me, teacher. Qin Feng looked up. The gray-robed Taoist glanced at Qin Feng and said, after countless years of development, the Eldritch world finally became a high-level world not long ago. Speaking of this, you have personally witnessed it. Qin Feng nodded slightly. However, he looked a little puzzled. He did not understand why the gray-robed Taoist mentioned this. The higher the level of the world, the more interesting it is. You have a lot of world resources in your hands and are not inferior to your 3 senior brothers. You should know about it. Taoist Hongjun seemed to know Qin Feng's background very well. Qin Feng was not surprised by this. The power of an eternal true sage was immeasurable. In the endless dimensions and endless timelines, the power it possessed was far from what ordinary Tao ancestors could imagine. Qin Feng's eyes flickered slightly. After a moment, he understood. Teacher, you mean? Taoist Hongjun smiled gently. His eyes seemed to see through Qin Feng's heart. As you imagined, there is an attraction to other worlds. The higher the level of the world, the stronger the attraction to other worlds. Especially at the end of the Chaos era, when the Chaos world storms rise, the world's activities are the most intense. Qin Feng was deep in thought. Qin Feng did not know much about the alternation of the Chaos era. After all, where was the time when he was born? From his rise to becoming a third-step Tao ancestor, the time he experienced was too short. In this aspect, he was far inferior to some of the veteran Tao ancestors. However, Qin Feng had devoured some of the memories of powerful Tao ancestors. Some of them had quite a history, and there were scenes at the beginning of the Chaos era in their memories. At the end of a Chaos era and the arrival of a new Chaos era, there would be extremely mysterious changes in the Chaos. The Chaos world storms were raging, and this was only one of the changes. Some of the changes were so terrifying that they could even easily injure third-step Tao ancestors. In general, after the alternation of each Chaos era, the world in the Chaos would be almost completely destroyed. Only a high-level world might have the ability to resist the terrifying changes of the Chaos era. Therefore, the integration between worlds is almost inevitable, whether it is for self-protection or the instincts of those worlds to seek common ground while reserving differences. I can be sure that there will be third-step Tao ancestors from other worlds who will integrate into the Chaos era, break the current balance of the Chaos era, and even try to devour the Chaos era. Chapter 1658. Teacher, aren't you in charge of the Eldritch world? Qin Feng was a little puzzled. With an eternal true saint in charge, which expert would dare to invade such a universe? If I take action, I will naturally be able to protect the Eldritch world. However, that doesn't mean much to me. The gray-robed Taoist looked indifferent. Several chaos epochs ago, when I attained the Tao, the birth and death of the world, the life and death of all living beings, may be enough to shock you, but in my eyes, it's nothing out of the ordinary. Birth and death are constant, and they're just waves after waves. After death, there will be new life. Even if the Eldritch world is destroyed in the chaos storm, it will be reborn in my hands and enter the cycle of eras again. Qin Feng's expression was silent, but there was no lack of surprise in his heart. In the Eldritch world, it was said that Teacher Hongjun attained Tao at the beginning of Panga's creation. He had never heard that he had attained Tao for several chaos eras. Obviously, his teacher Hong Jun probably had other origins that others did not know about. Even Pangu's creation of heaven and earth and his body, turning into mountains and rivers, might have other mysteries and mysteries. Your senior brothers have now left the Eldritch world and entered an unknown place to search for eras. You may be the only Tao ancestor of the third step in the Eldritch world. Taoist Hong Jun looked at Qin Feng with a faint smile. Of course, I won't force you. If you don't want to, teacher, there's no need to say any more. I'll protect the Eldritch world for you until the danger of the chaos eras is over. Qin Feng's eyes flashed. He agreed without hesitation. Taoist Hong Jun was not surprised and just smiled faintly. You don't have to agree too early. Although the Eldritch world was promoted to a high-level world not long ago, its foundation is still inferior to some powerful high-level worlds. It won't be easy to get through this chaos era's transition. Don't worry, teacher Hong Jun. Qin Feng looked solemn. There was a serious look on his face. The primordial world did not have much to do with Qin Feng. However, according to Taoist Hong Jun, the chaos epic tribulation was about to arrive. The spirit sea world was no exception. He still had a few divine concubines, many subordinates, and his children that needed his protection. Without him, his lovers, and even his children would not have survived the chaos epic tribulation. Not only in the spirit sea world, but also in the third step of the Tao ancestor realm, according to the terrifying power of the Great Tribulation described by Taoist Hong Jun, he might not be able to survive it. Taoist Hong Jun said again, well, every tribulation of the chaos era contains great risks. When the world is destroyed, less than 10% of the worlds in the chaos will survive. Even ordinary experts at the third step of the Tao ancestor realm may die. But as long as you are careful, you may be able to go further. He glanced at Qin Feng, as if he could see through the depths of his soul. You've cultivated the three corpses mystic art, and you've also cultivated the path of the eternal bloodline. As long as you can combine the three corpses, or if you can integrate all three laws of heaven and earth into your body, you'll have an 80% chance of surviving the chaos epic tribulation. Qin Feng suddenly asked, Master, it's rumored that after combining the three corpses, you'll reach the eternal true saint realm. Is this true? Taoist Hong Jun chuckled. The eternal realm is definitely not as simple as you think. As for whether you'll reach the eternal true saint realm after combining the three corpses, you'll have to find out the answer yourself. Qin Feng frowned. Taoist Hong Jun's expression was meaningful. He couldn't figure it out. But since Taoist Hong Jun didn't want to tell him, he must have his reasons. Next, I'll preach to you for 30 years. After 30 years, you can leave the Purple Cloud Palace. Taoist Hong Jun said and began to preach. Taoist Hong Jun didn't talk about the cultivation realm, how to strengthen the foundation, or any magic skills. The Tao text he preached seemed to have nothing to do with the eternal road. There were no anomalies. Qin Feng sat cross-legged on the futon and felt a buzzing sound in his ears. The countless Tao sounds poured into his ears like demonic sounds. He couldn't understand them and couldn't see them. His primordial spirit was especially irritated. It was as if the five flames were burning his heart. There was a volcano-like irritability in his body that seemed to be about to erupt at any time. To be honest, Qin Feng had never thought that listening to someone preach the Tao would be such a painful thing. He was drowsy. His primordial spirit was dispirited and extremely strenuous. Sometimes, Qin Feng even suspected that Taoist Hong Jun was playing with him. However, Qin Feng knew that since Taoist Hong Jun was an eternal true saint, he definitely wouldn't do something without thinking. Every time he was about to fall asleep, he would pull off a dragon scale on his body. He would use the heart-wrenching pain to remind himself so that his primordial spirit wouldn't fall asleep. His primordial spirit tried its best to come into contact with the Tao sounds and comprehend the unique rhythm. Pieces of bloody dragon scales were peeled off. Taoist Hong Jun didn't seem to see Qin Feng struggle. He spoke lazily like an old teacher in a private school in the countryside. An old pedant. He chanted softly and was still intoxicated by it. As the dragon scales were peeled off one by one, Qin Feng's primordial spirit gradually comprehended a special rhythm and began to enter a good state. Like rain after a long drought, his withered primordial spirit seemed to have encountered a sweet spring. He couldn't help but sink into it and greedily absorb the sweet spring to nourish his withered primordial spirit. At that moment, Qin Feng didn't notice. He, who was immersed in the mystery of the Tao runes, didn't notice that there was a thick black smoke in his body that turned into black flames that burned fiercely. Within the black flames, terrifying auras appeared. Some seemed to have stepped through the endless river of time and even descended from endless dimensions. The auras were extremely terrifying. They transformed into cold faces that stared greedily at Qin Feng. However, when their gazes landed on Taoist Hong Jun in the Purple Cloud Palace, their expressions changed drastically. No. In any case, he is my personal disciple. I have just accepted him as my disciple. After all, I have to give him some benefits and help him avoid some trouble. Consider it my greeting gift. The Taoist Hong Jun chuckled. It was as if he was the head of a Taoist temple who saw insects in his vegetable field. An extremely fearful and unwilling roar sounded. Taoist Hong Jun's expression was indifferent. A formless light drifted outside his body. The light covered Qin Feng's body, and the countless terrifying black flames that lingered on the surface of his body dissipated bit by bit. It wasn't just the blood that lingered in the depths of Qin Feng's body. There were various imprints in his primordial spirit. This formless power seemed to penetrate through the past, present, and future. In the past time and space, a portion of the terrifying existence that tried to use the imprints to return directly disintegrated under the formless brilliance. In the void of the Purple Cloud Palace, there were only faint roars of unwillingness, anger, and fear lingering in the void. In a moment, they turned into smoke and clouds. Chapter 1659. The black flames formed from the black smoke were some obscure things that Qin Feng accidentally came into contact with in the process of cultivation, the techniques he had come into contact with, and even his bloodline, as well as other adventuring processes. Not only Qin Feng, but many experts would inevitably come into contact with some things in the early growth process and leave some marks. For example, the experts of the Spirit Sea world would inevitably be affected by Qin Feng, the ruler of the Spirit Sea in the process of growth. In the future, if Qin Feng were to fall one day, he could use this brand to be resurrected. Most of this influence had no effect on Qin Feng at all, and only a small part of it might cause some trouble for him. But as his cultivation improved, these things would gradually be removed. Every third step Tao ancestor was unique and would not be affected by any existence, any rules, or any other great Tao. Qin Feng had just entered the third step Tao ancestor realm and was ignorant. At this time, with the help of Tao ancestor Hong Jun, it could be said that he had saved hundreds of thousands of years, or even millions of years of bitter cultivation, and reached the golden body realm in one step. As the black flames in his body were dissolved, although Qin Feng did not notice it, he felt that his cultivation became smoother, as if some heavy burden had been removed from his body. 30 years passed in a flash. Suddenly, one day, Qin Feng opened his eyes and found that he had left the Purple Cloud Palace and stood in the chaotic astral wind. In his eyes, above the 33 heavens, the Purple Cloud Palace had completely disappeared. Slightly feeling the changes in his body, Qin Feng could not hide a trace of joy in his eyes. The extremely pure grand mist holy power in his body circulated without the slightest flaw. The grand mist holy power was extremely pure. Qin Feng used to think that his grand mist holy power was pure, but compared to the grand mist holy power circulating in his body now, it was like a muddy yellow river covered with sand. The power of this pure grand mist holy power did not increase much, but the benefits to Qin Feng were indescribable. It was as if a divine weapon that had been covered by sand and rust had finally revealed its sharpness. Whether it was the clarity of the primordial spirit or the speed of cultivation, it was greatly improved. There was also the hidden danger in his bloodline. These were not the most important things. In Qin Feng's opinion, the most important thing was that he had underestimated the road ahead. Reality had proven that his insistence on combining the three corpses into one, the first part of the eternal bloodline road, was not wrong. This knowledge was a strong support for Qin Feng's Tao intent and confidence. This made his conviction even more firm. The only thing left before him was how to combine the three corpses in a short period of time, or how to integrate the three innate laws that he had comprehended into the primordial bloodline in a short period of time. There was a sense of intimacy in Qin Feng's expression. The great tribulation of the chaos epoch would soon arrive. It wasn't easy to merge the three corpses or upgrade the primordial bloodline before the great tribulation of the end of the chaos epoch. The woman he loved, the divine concubines by his side, his disciples, his children, and even the spirit sea world could safely survive this era. To a certain extent, their lives were tied to him. And this, Taoist Hongjun had already pointed out a path for him. Qin Feng glanced at the primordial world. His expression flashed, and his gaze finally landed outside the 33 heavens. According to his chief master, Taoist Hongjun, there was already a huge world and the primordial world outside the outer realm galaxy of the primordial world. There might be some very troublesome existences inside. In short, the meaning behind his words was that he had to block the tough ones and give the primordial world time to devour and digest these worlds. Qin Feng bowed slightly in the direction of the Purple Cloud Palace and quietly disappeared on the spot. Outside the 33 heavens was the outer realm galaxy. The Milky Way was vast and mighty. Billions of stars formed a vast and mighty Milky Way. This galaxy not only nurtured countless civilizations of the outer realm, but it was also a natural barrier between the primordial world and the other outer realms. It was also the last barrier. It could be considered an existence like the moat of the primordial world. If one day the outer realm fought outside the outer realm galaxy, it meant that the primordial world had already been attacked. Qin Feng flew at an extremely fast speed. After leaving the Purple Cloud Palace, he quickly reached the edge of the outer realm galaxy. From afar, he saw many large stars. Light filled the sky. Countless heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals were stationed here, building huge war fortresses one after another. They guarded the heavenly pass and sealed off the outer realm galaxy. In the heavenly court, 80 to 90% of the troops were deployed here. In the outer realm galaxy, there were many powerful figures who had set up their Taoist temples here. Countless disciples, heavenly soldiers, and heavenly generals passed through the fortresses above the outer realm galaxy. Qin Feng even sensed the aura of several Tao ancestors faintly discernible. On the stars, there were countless experts, and the civilization was at its peak. Outside the outer realm galaxy, the distance was extremely far. Cultivators would usually set up inter-realm teleportation arrays. Qin Feng, on the other hand, was much simpler. After taking a look, his figure passed through the outer realm galaxy like a stream of light and appeared outside the outer realm galaxy fortress. As far as the eye could see, outside the outer realm galaxy, it was chaos. In the chaos, many worlds had already merged with the outer realm galaxy. Qin Feng's primeval world had merged with more worlds than he had imagined. It was not even rare in the greater Kiliacosm. Many ancient half-step golden immortals ruled over these outer realms. As the local tyrant, he was far away from the center of the primeval world where the dignity of the many Tao ancestors was. Qin Feng's arrival was silent. Although most of the elite experts in the heavenly court were in the outer realm galaxy, no one noticed Qin Feng's arrival. At that moment, the Tao ancestors of the three major cultivation systems of the primeval world, the immortal Tao, the Buddhist Tao, and the primeval world, had already looked over. Qin Feng looked over. In the center of the outer realm galaxy, a great Tao of chaos was forcefully squeezed through. It was a land of chaos. There was no beginning and no end. It was born out of nothing. It was neither born nor destroyed. It was neither dirty nor pure. There seemed to be countless shimmering vortexes surging, vaguely forming a huge crack. The crack extended into the depths of the outer realm galaxy. In the crack, space-time was distorted and countless rays of light were raging. It vaguely looked like a bottomless hole that was rapidly spinning. This bottomless pit contained an extremely terrifying aura that could easily strangle an ordinary Tao ancestor, causing people to be intimidated at first glance. Many powerful existences were looking at this crack with scrutinizing eyes. This was probably the only barrier that blocked the gazes of many Tao ancestors. Otherwise, if a new huge world squeezed in from outside the chaos, some of the great sects in the primeval world would have already rubbed their fists and rushed in impatiently. Chapter 1660. Even so, there were already many great divinities preparing to tear open the huge hole and enter the completely strange big world at any time. Qin Feng just glanced at it, and his figure flashed. Like a ray of light, he directly disappeared into the huge void crack. It's him. It's that Tao ancestor. Tao ancestor Green Lotus. Many great divinities were shocked by the sudden flash of light. However, several Tao ancestors who had been paying attention and studying this place saw it clearly. For a moment, a trace of shock flashed across their faces. But then they understood. In the untainted world, in the era when the sect masters were in seclusion, the strongest person in the untainted world was probably Tao ancestor Green Lotus. To be able to easily enter the huge space-time crack and not be afraid of the entanglement of the power of the two worlds, I'm afraid he has already entered the third step. In the Star River, on the ancient Taiyin star, in the Guanghan Tao Palace, Tao ancestor Guanghan circulated coldly. It was as if time and space were frozen. Tao ancestor Guanghan was slightly melancholic. In this world, in addition to the 3 pure Tao ancestors and the 2 Buddhist sect masters, she was probably second only to the 5 third-step Tao ancestors. Even Tao ancestor Inda, who controlled the netherworld samsara in the netherworld, was slightly inferior to her. Unfortunately, she had been stuck at the peak of the second-step Tao ancestor all these years. But immediately, Tao ancestor Guanghan's expression recovered. Soon, it won't be long. The 3 pure Tao ancestors had other opportunities. Amitabha, Buddha Mother's divine sense, traveled all over the world. She was not inferior to the 5. The gigantic vortex wasn't calm at all. Within the duskiness, there were many terrifying dangers. When Qin Feng entered, he instantly felt an extremely terrifying pressure and chaos, as well as a twisting energy that blasted into his skin. This was a very terrifying force. Even the ordinary rules of heaven and earth would be completely distorted. Clang, clang. Sparks flew and a golden light appeared on Qin Feng's skin. The strange distortion force could distort the ordinary rules of heaven and earth, but could not distort his ultimate divine body. The expansion of the two worlds, the collision and fusion of the rules of heaven and earth in the crystal wall system of the two worlds, and the birth of a strange force? Qin Feng had a strange look in his eyes as he pondered. It seems that this world that has collided with the primitive world is not much weaker than the primitive world. Qin Feng could be considered an experienced and knowledgeable person. There are also many collisions between worlds. Generally speaking, if two worlds with obvious strength came into contact with each other, such a scene would not occur. One was strong while the other was weak. The more powerful the laws of heaven and earth in the stronger world, such as the spirit sea world, would quickly suppress the weaker world. Then, the laws of heaven and earth would forcefully merge and devour the weaker world. The space-time rift was very long, and there was also a very dangerous chaos storm. Under the terrifying chaos storm, the laws of heaven and earth were blown away like tofu. The terrifying gray storms were like tornadoes, bringing with them a terrifying might that could destroy everything as they swept out in all directions. Within them were bolts of lightning that could destroy everything. Even Qin Feng didn't dare to face the sharpness of this attack head-on. Qin Feng's figure turned into light, and pale golden light circulated around him. Wherever he passed, the terrifying power of the laws of the world seemed to solidify in the golden light. A moment later, Qin Feng could already see a faint light. Rumble. The space-time rift shook violently, and a golden light shattered the void of the rift, suddenly appearing in a huge world. A mysterious world appeared in front of Qin Feng. Just as Qin Feng arrived in the mysterious world, slight ripples appeared in heaven and earth, and fate changed. Some powerful people in the mysterious world seemed to have sensed something. Perhaps they didn't immediately notice Qin Feng's arrival, but they saw the change in fate. The cultivation system of the mysterious world was different from any world that Qin Feng had seen. This mysterious world was mainly based on bloodline laws. In this mysterious world, many experts didn't need to cultivate much. Many gods were blessed by the heavens as soon as they appeared. They were recognized by the laws of heaven and earth, and they controlled powerful laws or rules. The more powerful the existence, the more potential and strength of the children born would be. However, this was the case for both success and failure. They were born with powerful abilities and could control the rules of the world. They were high and mighty, standing above all other creatures. This caused many experts to not think about improving themselves. They couldn't even achieve perfect control. They even retreated, fought among themselves, and fell into debauchery. Unlike other powerful worlds, some weak creatures took one step at a time. Their hearts were tenacious and invulnerable, and they could completely control their cultivation with their own state of mind. Qin Feng didn't know how long he flew among the white clouds. It might be hundreds of millions of kilometers. He was operating the bronze light, quietly transforming it, and mastering the laws of heaven and earth of this world. He concealed his aura. At the same time, his mind was also investigating the origin of this mysterious world. Compared to the other third-step Dao ancestors from other worlds, Qin Feng wanted to take the opportunity to steal the origin of this mysterious world. There was only one way to combine the three corpses and merge their bloodlines in a short time, and that was to steal the origin of this world. The mysterious world's territory was extremely vast, at least not smaller than the primordial world. There were many powerful people in it. Qin Feng didn't act rashly. His spiritual consciousness split into hundreds of millions, and countless avatars quietly descended into the kingdom of the human world. He began to collect information about some of the powerful people in this world and understand the cultivation system of this world. The origin of the mysterious world quickly appeared in Qin Feng's mind. To Qin Feng's surprise, there was no god of creation in this mysterious world. It was rumored that this mysterious world, the origin of the universe, was chaos. When a universe was in chaos, it gave birth to an ancient and powerful consciousness. This consciousness was blank and had no intelligence. It was very powerful, but it didn't have any intelligence. It only had the instinct to evolve. Then, after an unknown period of time, the chaos, in this instinctive, drifting, and slow state, was separated and turned into turbidity. And in the center, in the core of the chaos, a bottomless hole appeared. This deep hole was later called the Jinluan Chasm by the ancient gods of the primordial era. In the center of it, a spring called Wagmir was born from the eternal glimmer. This spring was the source of 12 great rivers, collectively known as the Olivigar River. It evolved into 12 great rivers. The great rivers flowed in the chaos, sweeping up some of the nutrients in the chaos and giving birth to hundreds of ancient existences. These ancient existences were the gods of the primordial era. They were the oldest group of gods born in the chaos. They didn't have consciousness at first and only knew how to fight in the chaos. In the battle, some of the gods of the primordial era died. Their corpses lay in the river, giving birth to mountains, rivers, the sky, and the firmament. After some of the gods of the primordial era died, their blood flowed, and many strange creatures were born in their flesh and blood. For example, the six-headed giant, the dwarf, the poison dragon, and so on. Chapter 1661. Later in the battle, as some of the original gods fell, some of the original gods were born with wisdom in the battle and began to stop this meaningless battle. As the fighting stopped, there were only a dozen primordial gods left. They found that in the process of the battle, a huge world emerged with the center of the holy spring as the center. Although the remaining dozen or so original gods had stopped fighting instinctively, most of them had suffered great injuries from the constant fighting over the years. Many of them had hurt their foundation. Over the long years, many of the dozen original gods had died of serious injuries that were difficult to recover from, or died in the hands of the first group of creatures in this huge world because of serious injuries. Some of the remaining flesh and blood, the rules of godhood, helped the most powerful people in the first group of creatures. The rest of the group hid to heal. Of course, there were also a few of the most powerful original gods who only suffered some minor injuries. Among them, the most famous one was called Ymir. Ymir was the ancestor of the frost giants. In the previous legends, it was said that one of the three springs that raised the world tree, the Wagmir Holy Spring, had once turned into 12 rivers in the chaos. The 12 rivers were mixed with a part of the divine essence after the fall of the original gods, and nurtured many powerful creatures. Some creatures even became gods in the rivers. With the fall of the original gods, a part of the original gods turned into mountains, rivers, and the earth. The 12 rivers had undergone tremendous changes. First of all, it was affected by the cold after the fall of a frost original god. The cold wind was biting cold, and part of the north was frozen into glaciers, forming the eternal ice kingdom. Some of the collapsed icebergs were hit by the hot wind in the south, melted into water vapor, and rose up and condensed into frost and snow by the cold, and fell and melted into water vapor again. This cycle was repeated. This was a process of yin and yang coexisting. In this process of yin and yang coexisting, Ymir was the first to recover in the river. Ymir was also an ancient god who mastered the original frost. After the Great War of the original, he also suffered some injuries that were not light or serious. He had been hiding in the bottomless pit of the Jinluan chasm to recover his injuries. He was the first primordial ancient god to recover from the Great Primordial War. Of course, there were also legends that Ymir had been hiding in the ice and snow of the 12 rivers known as Alivigar. It was said that one of the 12 rivers contained poison. Because Ymir recovered from his injuries in it, he absorbed part of the power of the river, so his descendants, the frost giants, had this poison in their blood. Ymir was the original frost giant, the ancestor of the frost giants. Another primordial ancient god, Buli, had recovered at about the same time as him. The name Burli was not very famous, but his descendants were very famous. He was the ancestor of this branch of the Aso gods. According to legend, he was killed by the ancestor of the frost giants when he was fighting over a large cow. As for why they were fighting over the big cow, it was because the big cow also had a history. Her milk gave birth to the highlands and lakes of the mysterious world, nourishing the rivers and creating life. After Buli's death, an ancient god was born from his divine body. This ancient god inherited most of Buli's power and called himself Bauer. Bauer inherited the will of the primordial ancient god and then fought with the ancestor of the frost giants, and in the process of the battle, he took away a daughter of the ancestor of the frost giants and had triplets with her. The eldest son, Odin, the second son, Willi, and the third son, Zifei. These three were the origin of the Aso gods, and Odin was the first king of the Aso gods. Understanding this, Qin Feng had already understood that this was the world of Norse mythology. However, this may not be the world of Norse mythology in the simple sense. When Qin Feng flew over the clouds, he saw a group of angels flying over the sky and frequently landing in the churches of the mortal countries. He had never heard of angels in the world of Norse mythology. The Norse gods were similar to the Olympus gods. These two gods were born because they controlled the rules and the power of heaven and earth. The gods looked down on hundreds of millions of creatures from the clouds. They were famous for their pride. Qin Feng thought for a moment and had a direction. If Qin Feng wanted to plunder the origin of this world, there were only two ways. One was to directly sweep away the powerhouses of this world with supreme power. There were too many variables. Qin Feng estimated that with his current strength, he might not be able to do it. Moreover, it was very dangerous and could easily cause the primordial gods who had not fallen to gang up on him. Some kind of mutation had occurred in the Norse world, and it was not weaker than the primordial world. The primordial world could give birth to the three pure ones and the two Buddhist sect masters, who were Tao ancestors of the third step. Without a doubt, it was impossible for the Norse world to not have powerhouses of the same level. Then, there was only one way left, which was to integrate into the Norse world and seize the position of a supreme god, corresponding to the Tao ancestor of the third step in the Norse world. In the Norse world, the Norse gods had millions of powerful gods, and many powerful clergy had already given birth to powerful main gods. Basically, there were not many places that Qin Feng could intervene in. The rules of the Norse world and the primordial world were somewhat different. Here, the gods were in charge. As an outsider, even if his strength was comparable to that of a main god or a supreme god above the king of gods, if he could not integrate into the Norse world, it would be difficult for him to come into contact with and steal the origin of the Norse world. Right now, Qin Feng could at most be considered a supreme god of another world. Such a supreme god from another world was naturally suppressed by the rules and was ostracized by the Norse world. If his identity was exposed, he might be found by the supreme gods of the Norse world and be beaten to death together. Qin Feng was lucky that he had the power of bronze from a bronze altar, which concealed his aura. Otherwise, he would have been exposed to many unknown methods of some of the powerful supreme gods in the Norse world. Heim, the netherworld. This was the final place of all living things in the Norse world. Even the fallen gods would enter the netherworld of Heim and accept death here. Qin Feng's figure appeared here. His eyes flashed with coldness. Among the many rules, there was nothing easier to become a supreme god than to control death. Of course, the most important thing was that the death of the netherworld here had a special identity and was easier to deal with. Qin Feng wanted to look up. As far as the eye could see, this place was incomparably dark and extremely cold. The aura of the netherworld emerged on the barren land for hundreds of millions of miles. Before entering the netherworld of Heim, Qin Feng saw a large river. The river water was cold and endless. It rushed down from upstream with monstrous momentum. As long as he passed the crystal bridge above the river, he could directly enter the netherworld of Heim. Chapter 1662. In the Norse pantheon, the god of death in charge of the underworld of Heim was Hel. She was a goddess. However, in the mortal world, many creatures were more willing to call her a monster. It was rumored that her appearance was terrifying. One side was a skeleton, and the other side was a human face. It was terrifying and filled with the aura of death. However, compared to her brothers, the god of death, Hel, had decent features. Speaking of Hel's family, there was another leader of the Aesir gods, the god of fire, Loki. Of course, the gods of the Aesir gods were more willing to call him the evil god, Loki. The god of fire, Loki, and the god king, Odin, were brothers. However, they were not biological brothers. Loki's mother was a giant. As everyone knew, the Aesir gods and the giants were natural enemies. This grudge could be traced back to the first generation of the frost giants and the ancestor of the Aesir gods, Bli. Like the Greek gods who were like stallions, the Aesir gods, who were mainly Norse gods, also liked to have harems. However, compared to the Greek gods, some of the gods of the Aesir gods had a much heavier taste. For example, Loki, the god of fire, had once turned into a mare and mated with a stallion. She also got pregnant and gave birth to the eight-legged divine horse, Sleipnir. The eight-legged divine horse, Sleipnir, later became the master of the Aesir gods, the god king, Odin's mouth. Would a normal god's brain shut down and turn into a mare to get pregnant? Obviously not. However, Loki did that and got pregnant, leaving behind a mutant. However, there are also legends that when the gods were just born, their intelligence was chaotic like a newborn baby. Without anyone to guide them, they were full of curiosity and eagerness to try new things. Other than the eight-legged divine horse, Sleipnir, the god of fire, Loki had several very famous children. Among them were the three monsters that the Aesir gods hated and even feared. The demon wolf, Fenrir, the snake of the atrium, Jormungandr, or the giant serpent of the mortal world. The other was the god of death, Hel, or the god of death, Hel. These three monsters were born with extremely powerful evil powers and wielded extremely terrifying and powerful rules. In the fable of the three goddesses of fate, these three monsters would be the root of the disaster that would destroy the world, and also the main culprits that would lead to the twilight of the gods. Because of this fear, not long after the three monsters were born, they were sent away. The great python of earth, Jemingard, was suppressed at the bottom of the sea, unable to move. Demon wolf Fenrir was imprisoned in the back garden of the god king. This monster that could never eat its fill would always be in a state of hunger. Because death god Hel was in human form, he was treated better. However, because he was very different from the handsome gods of the Asgard divine clan, he was sent to the underworld of Hyam to become the death god and receive the undead of heaven and earth. The three monsters were undoubtedly powerful. Not long after they were born, they completely grasped the great power of their bloodline and became overgods, level 16. Moreover, he had the terrifying potential to threaten the god King Odin, who was above the 12 Asgard gods. Outside of Helm's underworld, in Qin Feng's eyes, the Aesir clan's so-called banishment of death god Hel was nothing. Wielding the divine power of death and the powerful priesthood that ran through hundreds of millions of creatures in the Nordic world, this could be considered an exile. Many powerful existences in the primeval world would probably cry for their parents and beg to be exiled a few more times. However, the gods of the Asgard divine clan, including death god Hel, did not think so. The dignified final land of the world was regarded as a barren land by the gods. In general, in the eyes of the Asgard gods, this was a dark and unpresentable corner where birds did not shit. The Dargial River before Helm's underworld was very vast. It was rumored that it originated from one of the first 12 rivers and had some great power. Qin Feng did not choose to barge in. According to the rules of Helm's underworld, he found a gold-plated crystal bridge above Helm's underworld. At this time, there were many dead souls on the crystal bridge in a long line, entering Helm's underworld from here. On the crystal bridge, there was a monster with extraordinary divine power guarding it. The monster was called Skeleton Modgud. It was a skeleton with a scythe in its hand. This monster was one of death god Hel's underlings. Qin Feng did not have the patience to wait in line. He directly revealed his human form and walked towards the crystal bridge. Wherever he passed, the bodies of the dead souls were involuntarily squeezed together. He had the strength to willfully cut in line. Skeleton Modgud obviously noticed this fellow who was trying to cut in line. A sinister look appeared on its skeletal face, and it rushed towards Qin Feng, swearing to teach this unruly fellow a lesson. According to the rules set by death god Hel, he could freely devour those who did not follow the rules on the bridge. Gulp! However, Qin Feng only waved his hand, and Skeleton Modgud was suddenly sent flying, falling directly from the crystal bridge. On the water surface, there was not even a bubble. In the blink of an eye, it was washed away by the Dargial River. Little pawn, I have no time to waste with you. Under the dumbfounded gazes of the dead souls, Qin Feng directly crossed the crystal bridge. After crossing the crystal bridge, there was a forest of iron trees. The trees were as black as steel, and the leaves were also like pitch-black steel, revealing a metallic luster. The ground was flat, and this forest seemed to have existed since ancient times. No leaves had ever fallen. Qin Feng was clad in a black robe, and he wore a bamboo hat. His grand mist holy energy transformed into death energy, and he did not make a sound. After passing through the forest of iron trees, he arrived at the gate of Hull. This was the second gate to enter Helm's underworld, and it was guarded by the blood-spotted giant dog, Garm. This vicious dog was extremely fierce. Don't underestimate this watchdog. It was also born from the flesh and blood of a fallen primordial god. Its innate divine strength was extremely powerful, and it grasped extremely powerful laws. It had already quietly become a chief god. This vicious dog did not give face to anyone. Guarding the gate of Hull, any existence that tried to escape from Helm's underworld would become food in its stomach. However, if one entered from the outside, with good luck, they would not alarm this vicious dog. This watchdog usually curled up and slept in a cave called Nippa. This vicious dog was also lucky that it did not discover Qin Feng's uninvited arrival. Otherwise, it was very likely that it would have become a dog meat hot pot. After passing through the gate of Hull, one could be considered to have completely entered Helm's underworld. This place was colder and darker than Qin Feng had imagined. The bone-piercing cold and the profound darkness were the eternal keynote of this place. It was no wonder that the Asur divine clan called it a barren land, a land of exile. There were not many buildings here, and Death God Hull did not look like someone who knew how to manage things. Many dead souls in the bone-piercing cold wind and darkness could only wail and wail as they watched themselves weaken bit by bit and even die. They turned into drifting death energy and became the death god's nourishment. Primitive and rather crude method of use, what a waste. Qin Feng commented in his heart. The stingy otherworld supreme being, he could not help but feel heartache. Splash! The strange sound of water rang in Qin Feng's ears. It was like the friction of sharp knives, but also like boiling water in a large pot. This was the famous 9 rivers of Helm's underworld. It was said that they were the first 12 rivers that originated from the divine spring. After passing through the 9 rivers at the riverside, Death God Hull's palace was in sight. Chapter 1663. Inside the temple, Death God Hull raised her head and stared at the black-robed man walking into the temple. She was shocked. A surge of majestic god force flowed around Death God Hull's body. The majesty of an overgod emerged. It's a waste for the Death God's godhead to fall into your hands. Leave it to me. Qin Feng shakes his head, but doesn't even have time to say anything else. Qin Feng raises his hand, and a pale golden light completely wraps her up. Hull's body shrank at a speed visible to the naked eye. The pale golden light wrapped around the goddess, and she quickly turned into a sparkling diamond. With a flash of golden light, the golden diamond fell into Qin Feng's palm. He raised his hand slightly, revealing a lifelike image of a terrifying goddess with a human face on one side and white bones on the other. Don't worry, I won't kill you, but you have to be quiet for a while. A faint smile appeared on Huang Xiaolong's face as he put away the golden diamond. In a flicker, Huang Xiaolong's gaze fell on the throne at the center of the temple. In an instant, Huang Xiaolong's figure disappeared from spot. When he reappeared, he was sitting on the throne at the center of the Death God's temple. From a moment he sat on the central divine throne, Qin Feng could feel a surge of power surging from all directions, from the endless space and the depths of the endless underworld into the divine throne under his butt. Then it poured into his body from the throne below. Death, the god force that contained the nature of the soul, flowed slowly, merging with the grand mist holy energy in his body. It attempted to distort and change the grand mist holy energy in his body, gradually tempering his body and bringing him closer to death. His soul, nirvana. There were many impurities in the god force, such as hunger, sorrow, greed, worry, destruction, and so on. This is the Death God's godhead. Qin Feng understood in his heart, but the Death God's godhead's wide range of godheads surprised him. Sensing the changes in his body, a smile appeared on Qin Feng's face. His grand mist holy power slowly absorbed the death god force that contained impurities. This strand of drifting death god force was abnormally large, but compared to the supreme god force in Qin Feng's body, it was too inferior. Even if all 10,000 strands of death god force were converted, they might not be able to transform into a single strand of grand mist holy force. However, this only lasted for a moment. If this continued for a long period of time, the divine power of death that drifted from Helm's nether realm would continue to pour into his body. It would be an enormous amount of divine power. Qin Feng sensed that it was the same level of divine duty power. There was a huge difference between the spiritual sea world and the spiritual sea world's divine duty power. Qin Feng was the world lord of the spirit sea, the spirit sea world's hegemon. He had the supreme, hegemonic domain, and he could sense an enormous amount of the world's origin energy pouring into him. It was actually only slightly superior to Helm's Lord of the Underworld, the Lord of Death. One had to know that it was a world and the sovereign power of a world. Strictly speaking, in terms of rank, not to mention the god King Odin, who was above the 12 main gods, even the god of origin, who was above the god king, was half a level higher. Currently, Helm was the lord of the underworld. The overlord of death's godhood could only be considered an incomplete overgod godhood. The divine seed of death was divided into many parts, and a portion of it was in the hands of other powerful beings. Qin Feng's mind flashed back to when he saw the angels emerging from the cloud gates. Qin Feng's gaze fell on Helm's underworld. After silently suppressing Death God Hull, the next step was to completely condense his own divine duty of death and transform Helm's underworld. With such a vast underworld, if properly governed, not to mention condensing the divine duty of death into a supreme divine duty, condensing it into the God King divine duty would not be a problem. Mysterious world. In a distant place, there was a country completely similar to Asgard. It was a dark, gloomy, and deep country. The dead could rest in peace there, and countless countries praised the might of this dark and unfathomable country. This underworld was called the Underworld. In a great hall, following the ceiling of Death God Hull, Qin Feng began to condense a new divine duty of death. On the throne, a dignified, gloomy, and evil king's expression suddenly changed slightly. The rule of death is fluctuating. A new powerful death god has been born. This evil king was cold and as sharp as a knife. There was a strong, murderous intent floating in the air. His gaze fell on another land of life in the distance. In this land of life, where the light of the gods shone, even the most ancient gods would not dare to compete with him for the divine duty of death. Only in other lands of life, or even further away, would those damned gods dare to offend him. One had to know that the strength and completeness of a divine duty were usually closely related to the strength of the main god, who controlled the rules. Your Highness Hades, what's wrong? An incomparably handsome god looked at the king of hell, whose expression suddenly changed as he stared at the king of hell. Messenger of Zeus, go back and tell Zeus that I agree to his plan. But he paused, raised his evil, handsome face, and looked at the incomparably handsome messenger. That incomparably handsome messenger understood and smiled. Your Highness King of the Underworld, His Majesty, the God King, already understands your meaning. You will get what you want. Very good. The Underworld King nodded in satisfaction, a trace of elegance flashing across his evil face. It would not take long. As long as his strength would definitely take a big step forward. At this time, in another huge country, darkness gathered and countless monsters rampaged. On an ancient throne, a valiant god, whose body was surrounded by endless decay and the power of death, was also frowning. Beside him, an extremely beautiful, dignified, and plump goddess with a motherly aura was looking at this valiant god. Osiris, did you feel any changes? Isis, the fluctuation of the rules of death just now. I'm afraid that another powerful god, who is not inferior to me, has condensed the divine duty of death. The valiant god called Osiris had a gloomy look in his eyes. How is this possible? Other than Hades of the Greek god system, who can catch up with you in the domain of death? The plump goddess exclaimed, and was also a little worried. So, under the rules of death, another god-king who is above the main god has been born. There was a trace of coldness in the goddess' eyes. The powerful god, named Osiris, had a grim look on his face. No matter what, we must find him first. Maybe we can ask that existence who is proficient in the changes of fate to help us. There was a trace of burning greed in the depths of his eyes. If he could devour that unknown god-king of death, he would undoubtedly be one step closer to becoming a supreme god. This god-king of the Greek god system was eyeing him covetously, and he also had plans to devour that god-king of hell. If someone finds that a chapter is duplicated, they can first delete the bookshelf and then add it again. That's a problem with the system. They can just add the bookshelf again and refresh it. Chapter 1664. Not only were several powerful divine kings in charge of the rule of death affected. Among several god systems, some of the goddesses of fate also saw the sudden change in fate. The originally chaotic fate became abnormally turbid. There were also powerful gods of fate, such as the wisdom giant of the Norse god system. The three goddesses of fate tried to clear the fog and see the source of the turmoil, but to no avail. But at the same time, whether it was Odin of the Asur god race, Zeus of the Olympus god race, or the 9 pillar gods of the Egyptian god race, they all began to move. A mountain could not accommodate 2 tigers. Several powerful god races were all tigers and wolves. How could they sit idly by and watch another overlord appear in the world? Some of the primordial gods also began to appear, stirring up the situation and drawing some gods to their side. Clergy involved one's strength. The wider the clergy involved, the faster the divine power spread. It was undoubtedly directly related to the condensation of one's clergy and the increase of one's strength. In the netherworld of Heim, one could enter but not leave. Qin Feng condensed the death clergy in peace. He discovered a part of the mystery of the rule of heaven and earth in this world. This was a huge world that was completely different from most worlds. The rule of heaven and earth was almost completely different from the primeval world and many other worlds. In the primeval world, the spirit sea world, or other worlds, to break through to level 17, one usually needed to condense 2 opposite innate rules to break through and become a level 17 chaotic divine god. The Norse world called level 17, which was above the master god realm, God King. But the Norse world was different. One only needed to cultivate one type of rule of heaven and earth and use it as a derivation. Then, one could directly advance to God King. As for the supreme gods, they could master all the rules derived from this rule and make them their own. That was the supreme gods. And in this system, the role of the clergy was infinitely magnified, even directly linked to one's own divine path. In Qin Feng's view, it was like a container. Take the Death Master clergy as an example. The complete Death Master should be a God King clergy. Any god who obtained the God King clergy would have the potential to become a God King. If they did not die over time, they would most likely become a God King in the future. Another example was the Harvest Priesthood. This priesthood was the priesthood of the Master God. Any master who obtained it would have the potential to become the Master God of Harvest. Moreover, when the priesthood was condensed, one would be able to absorb a huge amount of free divine power from the void, and their cultivation speed would be 10 times or even 100 times faster than others. On the contrary, if one did not have a priesthood, no matter how talented one was or how much potential one had, one's cultivation speed would still be 100 or even 1,000 times faster than those of the same level who had a priesthood. In the Nordic world, the priesthood was strictly divided. From the lowest to the highest, they could be divided into fragmented priesthood, main god priesthood, and God King priesthood. As for the over-god's divine domain, they had the ability to rule and dominate. The kind of mighty existence was far from being differentiated by a single rank. First, let's talk about broken priesthoods. This meant that a complete priesthood was broken into countless pieces. He was like a god of fire. In this huge world, there were countless fire gods, and many gods had more or less condensed this divine title. However, according to how much they had mastered, the shattered priesthood could be divided into demigod, quasi-god, and true god. True gods could be divided into lower god, middle god, higher god, and peak higher god. Above them was the master god's divine domain. To a certain extent, the master god's divine domain was already quite complete. It was equivalent to a fruit condensed from the precepts of heaven and earth. Anyone who could control it and refine it would become a godlord. According to Qin Feng's original understanding, it was basically a precept of heaven and earth and a master god. However, this huge world was a little strange. The thick precepts of heaven and earth were abnormally huge. Compared to the precepts of heaven and earth in the spirit sea world, the precepts of heaven and earth were like small streams and rivers. Perhaps it was because of this that this huge world could give birth to several masters at the same time on a single precept. However, in this way, the several masters also formed a competition of the great path. Any master god who swallowed up the other master god's divine domain on a single precept of heaven and earth would greatly increase their strength. Some of the thick precepts of heaven and earth, such as death, thunder, the sun, and so on, could give birth to several god kings at the same time. The underworld of Heim was the final land of the Asgard gods. It was the final destination of a large number of living creatures, the kingdom of the dead, the paradise of the dead, and the birthplace of horror. The death divine domain it could condense was naturally at the master god level. Moreover, it had great potential to become the god king of death. On the divine throne, Qin Feng closed his eyes. In his heart, a godhead representing death was born. The godhead was surrounded by many rays of light. In the center of the rays of light, one could faintly see the profoundness of death, decay, withering, hunger, sorrow, destruction, and wrath. Through it, a steady stream of death drifting god force from the underworld of Heim entered Huang Xiaolong's body. Bang! In the next moment, it was as if a mirror had been destroyed. The godhead, representing death, crumbled, turning into countless fragments that merged into the grand mist holy energy in Huang Xiaolong's body. Death was on the outside, and the divine Tao was inside. In the innate divine Tao that Qin Feng had created, there were no restrictions on creation, death, or space. These were all manifestations of the divine Tao. Creation could be the manifestation of the divine Tao. Space and death were the same. However, although the huge world was only a manifestation, the creation and space manifestations were completely different from this huge world. As if they were completely different from each other, they could not resonate with the world's origin. Only the law of death could enter the depths of the huge world through the law of death and steal a trace of the world's origin. As the trace of origin entered Qin Feng's body, the innate divine Tao law at the center of the world's origin grew stronger. In his bloodline, more and more of the heaven and earth's law energy entered his body. This speed was much faster than refining the dragon's blood essence. A trace of origin was equivalent to 700 to 800 types of dragon's blood essence. Moreover, there were no hidden dangers. It was unlike the dragon's blood essence, where the bloodline had to be cleansed of all kinds of impurities and imprints. The over-God level death divine domain can only absorb a small amount of origin. Although it is more effective than the way I refined the dragon's blood essence. Qin Feng had some thoughts in his mind. A light flashed in his eyes. He had to find a way to become a god king as soon as possible and absorb more of the world's origin to strengthen his innate divine Tao's origin and improve his body of eternity. When Qin Feng successfully condensed the divine domain of the Lord of Death, the entire underworld of Haimu had undergone earth-shaking changes in the past 100 years. Qin Feng created a few avatars, and the chaotic situation in Haimu's netherworld was cleaned up in 100 years. Some powerful evil spirits and godly spirits took over a part of Haimu's territory. Those who surrendered were taken in as able-bodied men, and those who refused to surrender were killed. The good were rewarded, and the evil were punished. A place of reincarnation was being created. The changes in High Mu's netherworld were silent, but it wasn't like no one noticed them. Chapter 1665. The one who discovered the changes in Helm's underworld was none other than the guardian of Hell's Gate. Oh no, it was now called Hell's Gate, Garm. This vicious dog had been awakened in its sleep by the increasingly exuberant power of death in Helm's underworld. Without a doubt, as a powerhouse who managed a huge world and made it flourish with each passing day, its ability to manage Helm's underworld was far superior to that of Death God Hull. In a short 100 years, not only had the power of Helm's underworld increased by 100 times, but had also increased by dozens of times. The bountiful amount of souls attracted the attention of the blood-spotted giant dog. It crawled out of the magic cave. Its eyes stared at the countless wraiths wandering outside the 9 rivers of the underworld. The current Helm's underworld was completely different from the previous Helm's underworld. Although Helm's underworld was known as the final land of death, it had always been a passive attraction to souls. Helm's underworld had a strange power. After the death of the mortal world's creatures, Helm's underworld had a natural attraction to them, attracting and calling the souls of the dead creatures. However, this attraction wasn't very useful sometimes. Many places were shrouded in the light of the gods, and the gods hated the final land. Usually, they would rather the souls disperse and return to heaven and earth than allow them to enter Helm's underworld. Only a few vengeful souls and wraiths could be lured over by Hull's subordinate, Death God Hull, who personally sent his divine servants. Of course, in the past, perhaps because it was afraid of Death God Hull's majesty, or because it looked down on the 2s and 3s of wandering souls in Helm's underworld, this vicious dog would only occasionally eat a few unlucky souls who ran to the edge of the magic cave. But now, Helm's underworld was no longer a bumpy, lean, old skeleton. Not only was its flesh glossy now, but it was also fat. This vicious dog couldn't hold back the savagery in its heart, and began to devour in a small area. At first, Qin Feng didn't notice this kind of small-scale devouring, but after a few times, Qin Feng's divine clone discovered it. Immediately, it was reported to the main body in Death's Palace. The huge boneyard plain was filled with piles of white bones. Countless skeletons were shuttling back and forth in a daze. These skeletons didn't have any spiritual intelligence. They only had turbid instincts. Their white skeletons were constantly buffeted by the chilly wind. Whenever the chilly wind blew, these skeletons would instinctively wake up, and the soul flames in their eye sockets would wander out. If they were lucky enough, their soul flames would be able to withstand the sharp, cold wind. Then, they would be able to turn their gray soul flames back to their original white color, which would activate their instinct to become stronger and devour their own kind. They would become skeletal knights, skeletal lords, and even skeletal kings under the Grim Reaper. It wasn't just the skeletons. Aside from the skeletons, there were also zombies roaming the plains. Those cumbersome zombies were hiding in zombie caves. Every night, he would crawl out of the zombie cave and absorb the essence of the night moon outside of High Mu's netherworld. Compared to the skeleton clan and the zombie clan, you are undoubtedly much stronger. With a body that was as hard as metal and stone, even the lowest level gray-haired zombies could easily kill the wandering skeletons. However, the zombie clan wasn't the most powerful creature in High Mu's netherworld. The abominations wrapped in stinking shrouds were naturally superior to the zombies. There were also the undead knights and black knights. They were much superior to the zombies. However, the top of the food chain in High Mu's netherworld was still the Dracolic. Those Dracolic were originally the mutants of death born after the death of the giant dragons. Once awakened, they were born with tyrannical strength and were mobile magic turrets. Moreover, any Dracolic would be a lord when they attacked. They could easily launch the death worship. The blood-spotted giant dog, Garm, seemed to have a preference for bones. It had eaten the zombies before. They were disgusting and smelly. there were also the abominations. Those big guys were extremely tall and looked fleshy. When it first saw them, it was quite curious and swallowed one. But to be honest, the taste wasn't very good. Now that it thought about it, this huge, evil dog with blood-red spots all over its body was a little disgusting. As for the undead knights and black knights, these monsters rode white bone horses that burned with countless hellish flames. Oh, they seemed to be called nightmares. The taste was not bad, and the quality of the soul was also very good. But they were all ghostly and extremely fast. It was not easy to catch them, and it was easy to alarm the death god servants. The blood-spotted giant dog, Garm, now favored two major races, the skeletons and the Dracolic. The skeletons were huge in number and enough to eat, but the shortcomings were also obvious. The blood-spotted giant dog, Garm, felt that the soul power was too weak. Some of the smaller ones were not even enough to fill the gaps between its teeth. There were also monarch rank existences. To be honest, the reason why it fell in love with the skeletons was that Garm had once eaten a skeleton's king. To be honest, that skeleton's king tasted excellent. It was crunchy and not inferior to the gods of the Asur clan in the Divine Palace. The quality of the soul was also quite good. The only drawback was that there were too few of them. The last time it ate one, it had tried to catch a few more for a sumptuous meal. Who would have thought that was the only skeleton's king in High Moo's netherworld? Now Garm had a plan. It intended to let go of those skeletons' lords for the time being. Take care of them. Well, compared to the skeleton's kings, the taste of the skeleton's lords was still a little lacking. His gaze now fell on the group of Dracolic. Not only did the Dracolic taste good, but there were also a lot of them. The territory of the Dracolic was in the Dragon Ridge. The terrain there was extremely high. Some Dracolic liked to go in pairs and go to one of the 9 rivers in the netherworld to take a bath. That river was called Slider. It had a strange ability to eat the flesh and skin of the Dracolic. It had the effect of preventing decay. Some Dracolic liked to soak in it. They did not like the horrifying appearance of their white bones. It was probably their last trace of attachment to their lives after death. The blood-spotted giant dog, Garm, was a cunning guy. It was greedy, cruel, and full of treacherous wisdom back then. After it learned some of the habits of the Dracolic, it ambushed at the mouth of the river called Slider. Once a Dracolic came, it would go up and swallow it. Of course, Garm understood the principle of free range. It was not to kill them all. Usually, it would eat one batch and let another batch go. Small streams flow long. The sudden disappearance of a small group of Dracolic not only gave it a good meal, but also would not make the Dracolic suspicious and not dare to come again. After all, although Dracolic groups were in groups, most of them were disorganized and extremely selfish. According to past practice, Garm once again ambushed at the mouth of Slider early and waited for the arrival of the Dracolic. But this time, unexpectedly, Garm did not wait for the Dracolic to take a bath. Instead, it saw a strange god in a black robe flying down from a distance. The giant, blood-spotted giant dog was a little surprised. A god came here to take a bath, but it was good. The taste of the gods of the Immortal Palace was not worse than that of the Dracolic. The godly spirit in front of him seemed to have a very pure, godly power, so it shouldn't taste bad. Garm narrowed its eyes and opened its bloody mouth. The next moment, it rushed out like a bloody hole and shrouded the black-robed god. Garm was so excited that he couldn't wait to taste the food that was right in front of his mouth. However, the strange thing was that the black-robed god was not afraid as it imagined. Instead, it showed a strange expression. What kind of expression was that? Garm was a little puzzled, but it did not care. Anyway, it would eat first. Chapter 1666. Asterisk bang. Asterisk, the ferocious blood-spotted hound kicked an iron plate for the first time. Seeing the blood-spotted hound's bloody mouth, the strange black-robed god's first reaction was not to run away, but to raise his fist and smash the blood-spotted hound to the ground. Then, in a flash, the ferocious and terrifying blood-spotted hound became a huge punching bag. It was pinned to the ground and beaten up. As a king-level hound, the blood-spotted hound's combat strength was unquestionable. The rabies virus carried by an ordinary puppy could easily take the life of an adult. As a chief god-level watchdog, the venom contained in its teeth was enough to cause a chief god to suffer from a single bite. In fact, during the twilight of the gods in Norse mythology, Tyr, the war god of the 12 kings of the immortal palace, was bitten to death by this hound. However, in front of the black-robed god, its resistance was basically useless. Its ferocious nature had caused it to suffer. Asterisk bang bang bang. Asterisk beside the Slider River, the cold and dark land of the underworld of Heim, which was like steel and iron, cracked open many cracks, and many places became bumpy. Some flesh, pieces of organs, and even teeth fell into the bloody pits. The blood-spotted hound had been swung up and thrown to the ground. It lay on the ground, its vigorous life force causing it to suffer terrible injuries that could not be healed, but its life was not in danger yet. However, Garm would rather pass out now. It hurt too much. That terrible pain seemed to penetrate every inch of its flesh and went straight to the depths of its soul, making it want to smash its own head. Are you still going to bite me? Chien Feng circled the hound on the ground and lowered his head to ask. Awoo. This usually ferocious and terrifying hound saw the smiling figure approaching and instinctively let out a low whine of fear. It was too terrifying. Ever since Galm had been guarding the gate of Hull, he had never been beaten so badly. He had already been beaten to the point where he did not even look like a dog. Not only were its 4 legs broken, its teeth were knocked out, and its skin was almost peeled off. Looks like you haven't eaten enough. Fine, I haven't eaten dog meat hot pot in a long time. I'll use you as the main ingredient today. Chien Feng looked at Garm with a pair of gloomy eyes. On the ground, the 4 limbs of the vicious dog and the white bones of its stomach were exposed. His eyes were filled with a picky expression, as if he was thinking about where to cut. Exalted Goddess, please spare my life. Please don't eat dogs, Exalted Goddess. Dog meat doesn't taste good at all. Garm was frightened by this look. It was completely scared out of its wits. Just now, it had used all of its skills, but it couldn't hurt a single hair of this god. From this, one could see how terrified the black-robed god was. This was definitely a top-tier god, a god king. He might even be an utmost being. That's true. You're a vicious, cunning dog. You also have a bad habit of eating random things. Eating so many random things is indeed disgusting. Chien Feng nodded, but his eyes immediately turned cold. However, you've eaten so many of my little toys these days. How are you going to pay for that? Chien Feng's eyes emitted a murderous aura. Little toys. Garm looked at the black-robed god with a puzzled expression, but after a slight pause, it instantly reacted. Chien Feng was talking about those strange undead. Abominations, death knights, black knights, bone wyverns, dragon liches, and other newborn undead. Obviously, those undead were all created by this terrifying god in front of it. Its eyes were filled with shock and fear. At this time, its intestines were green with regret. If it knew that these newborn undead were created by this terrifying existence in front of it, no matter how greedy it wouldn't dare to steal and eat them. It was more or less wronged. Your Highness, this god is willing to pay for your losses. Can you afford to pay for it? Chien Feng sneered. In the past few days, you've eaten 2 of my 3 zombie emperors, 2 Death Knight emperors, and the only loathsome emperor, the Skeleton Emperor. After a slight pause, Chien Feng's face darkened. And my dragon liches, you've eaten half of them. This doesn't include the lords of various races that you've eaten, as well as the other ghosts. A zombie emperor costs 200,000 divinity crystals, a skeleton emperor costs about 200,000 divinity crystals, and an abomination emperor and a death knight emperor cost even more, no less than 350,000 divinity crystals. There are also a dozen or so dragon liches. You've eaten so much, no less than 45 million divinity crystals. And there are many undead lords, no less than 10 million divinity crystals. Garm, it's not that this god is looking down on you, but with your little fortune, can you afford to pay for it? Qin Feng sneered at the evil dog on the ground. When Garm heard the first 4 to 5 million divinity crystals, its eyes were already dazed. When it heard the huge debt of 10 million, its eyes were a little dull, its limbs were weak, and it was foaming at the mouth. Divinity crystals were the measure of the gods. This kind of divinity crystal could not only be used as an auxiliary material for refining divine artifacts, but also as divine power to absorb and refine. Generally speaking, 100 cubic meters of free divine power could be condensed into one divinity crystal. Even some rich over-gods could only get about 100,000 divinity crystals if they didn't eat or drink for a year. 10 million divinity crystals was an astronomical figure for Garm, who wasn't rich at all. And as everyone knew, Garm the blood-spotted giant dog was famous for having a huge appetite and had no savings at all. A poor dog. I think you'd better forget it. Use your life to compensate for my toy. Qin Feng sneered, not hiding the contempt in his eyes. Garm's mouth was foaming even more, and its legs were twitching even more violently. However, Qin Feng paused for a moment, and then changed the topic. But even though you're a poor dog, you still have some value to me. How about this? I'll give you a way out. Qin Feng waved his sleeve, and a black light appeared. A contract filled with densely packed words appeared in his palm. Sign it, and I'll consider not eating dog meat hot pot. Really? When it heard that it wouldn't eat dog meat hot pot, Garm's lifeless eyes lit up. Its legs stopped twitching, and it stopped foaming at its mouth. It immediately turned over and snatched the contract from Qin Feng's hand. However, with just a glance, Garm's eyes were immediately fixed, and tears flowed from its eyes. It couldn't even close its mouth. First, after mutual discussion, Party A and Party B agreed that Party A would unconditionally respect and agree to the following conditions proposed by Party B and must not openly violate the promise. Party A, blood-spotted giant dog Garm. Party B, Helm, Lord of the Underworld. Rule 1. Party A will unconditionally guard the gate of Helm's underworld for 100 million years. Without Party B's approval, Party A is not allowed to leave, not allowed to take leave, not allowed to sleep, not allowed to eat humans or gods, and not allowed to mate without permission. Rule 2. Party A must unconditionally respect His Highness Qin Feng, Lord of the Underworld, and must unconditionally serve His Highness Qin Feng. There must not be any complaints, disagreements, or curses in secret. Rule 3. Chapter 1667. Just as Qin Feng was dealing with the blood-spotted dog, Garm, who was stealing food, on the world tree, the Asgard gods had already sensed the movements of the underworld of Heim. Let's talk about the world tree of the Nordic world first. This world tree seed was a pie tree. It was planted by the god king, Odin himself. It absorbed the power of the 3 holy springs and grew into a huge world tree. It was also called the tree of the universe, the tree of life. It was connected to the 9 realms. They were Asgard, where the Asgard gods lived. Midgard, where the humans lived. Niflheim, where the fog country was. Muspelheim, where the true fire country was. Jotunheim, home of the frost giants. Alfheim, home of the elves. Safathaven, home of the gnomes. There is also Vanaheim, home of the Vanaheim gods. Finally, there was the underworld of Heim, controlled by Qin Feng. The climate of the 9 realms was different in each world. For example, the underworld of Heim in Qin Feng's hands was cold and foggy. It was shrouded in eternal night and filled with undead. Another example was Niflheim, home of the fog country. It was a pure world of ice and snow. It was filled with endless cold wind and was deathly silent. Another example was Alfheim, home of the elves. It was flourishing in spring all year round. It was filled with all kinds of flowers. In the Nordic world, some of the powerful gods of fate said that the world tree shared the vicissitudes of the world. In fact, it was the same in the legends. The world tree collapsed. The Asgard gods attracted the twilight of the gods and destroyed most of it. But that was not necessarily the case. At least in the original Nordic world, there were no gods of Osperin, gods of heaven, gods of Egypt, or some other powerful gods. This huge world had changed. As for why the underworld of Heim was discovered, it had to be explained from the changes in the past 100 years. As the order of the underworld of Heim was sorted out by Qin Feng, the divine power of death in the underworld of Heim increased. The attraction to the souls of some of the dead in the world became stronger. Some of the souls in the divine realm of the main gods were unavoidably attracted and forcibly returned to the final land. All kinds of phenomena showed that there was a change in the underworld of Heim. What's more, in the past 100 years, Qin Feng had refined many monsters and made them deliberately to cause trouble in the underworld of Heim. Asgard. Most of the gods of the Asa gods had gathered around a round mahogany table that could accommodate thousands of people. Among them were the father of gods, Odin, and god queen Frigga. Most of the 12 chief gods had arrived. Thor, the thunder god, goddess of earth and harvest, Sif, war god Tyr, fire god Loki, Niold, the god of the coastal sea, as well as his 2 children, the god of fertility, Frey, and the goddess of war, Freya. The god of coastal waters, Nold, was the leader of the Vanir gods. A long time ago, the Warner god clan and the Asa god clan were sworn enemies. Both clans had fought for supremacy in the world, and countless lesser gods had died. Later, after a long and drawn-out war, the 2 sides who were tired of fighting and had suffered countless casualties signed a peace treaty. As a guarantee, they provided Nold, Freyr, and Freya as hostages and obtained the foolish god Hænir and the wise old man Mimir from the Asgard gods. Although they were thrown over as hostages, these 3 chief gods of the Warner god clan were not ostracized by the Asa god clan. However, they were treated with importance and were conferred as 3 of the 12 chief gods, sharing the authority to rule the gods with the father of gods. At this moment, the gods in the celestial palace were no longer as happy as before. The celestial palace was shrouded in a layer of dark clouds. Even the various delicacies, glittering jewels, and beautiful goddesses on the mahogany table could not sweep away the heavy clouds above the celestial palace. Not long ago, the eldest son of the father of gods, Baldur, the body of light, suddenly fell into a deep sleep and could not be awakened. The father of gods and the god-queen couple spent a great deal of effort to awaken him, but Baldur said that he dreamed of his destined death. This was a great omen. The father of gods found the 3 goddesses of fate under the world tree. The 3 goddesses of fate were the descendants of the giant Nalvi and were born to control fate. Fate was supreme, and this rule was difficult for even the most supreme beings to resist. The 3 goddesses were Wyrd, Beludandi, and Shakoti. They represented the past, present, and future. They lived in the 3 springs that separated heaven and earth, near the Black Scout Spring. Their main task was to weave the web of fate and draw water from the Black Scout Spring every day to water the world tree. This made the world tree forever green. Of course, they also had another task, which was to guard the apples of youth hanging on the branches of the world tree to prevent people from stealing them. The 3 goddesses of fate had a special status, and even the father of gods, Odin, had to respect them. The 3 goddesses of fate told the father of gods, Odin, about Baldur's destined fate. Is there no other way? On the throne, the noble god-queen Frigg's face was filled with worry and bitterness. Although she was high and mighty, as the god-queen of the Asa god clan that ruled the 9 realms and all living things in the universe, she could not save her own child now. Beside her, the father of gods, the dignified Odin, looked exhausted. Compared to his many sons of gods, the god of light Baldur had always been regarded as his future successor, the successor of the king of gods. The god of light Baldur was indeed very outstanding, far surpassing the god of darkness, Hodel, who was born with the ability to control laws, and the god of thunder, Thor, who was born with the ability to control lightning. He was handsome, passionate, and charismatic, and had an affinity and dominance that the other sons of gods did not have. With him as the successor, the Asa god clan's glory would definitely be further enhanced in the next era of gods. On both sides of the round mahogany table, the Asa gods had different expressions. Some were indifferent, some were gloating, some were regretful, and some were smiling bitterly. Of course, some were gloating. For example, the red-haired god of fire, Loki, had always been dissatisfied and even hostile toward Baldur for being able to wield the powerful divine title of light. Of course, Loki did not reveal such an expression. Otherwise, it would easily incur the wrath of the father of all beings, Odin. The single eye of the father of gods was filled with a certain expression. The god of light, Baldur, could not die. Not only was he the successor of the king of gods, but he was also a key figure in the three goddesses of fate and the giant of wisdom's language. The key figure in starting the twilight of the gods and igniting the conflict between the Asa gods. Once the god of light, Baldur, fell and the world tree fell into darkness, the twilight of the gods would be unavoidable. I'm going to the netherworld of Helm. On the side, God Queen Frigg suddenly raised her head, her eyes shining. The netherworld of Helm, Death God Hull, wielded the power of death and the power of the end of all things. If she could refuse Baldur's death, perhaps Baldur's nightmare would never come true. Chapter 1668. Although Death God Hull was one of the Asgard gods, to some extent, he was equivalent to a small duke. Death God Hull was a tough nut to crack. He wouldn't give face to anyone other than the Asgard gods. Many powerful over-gods glanced at the fire god, Loki, who was sneering at them from the side. Fire god Loki had many children. Most of them were monsters, and they didn't respect him at all. But there was one exception. That was Death God Hull. She was one of the few obedient children of the god of Death Hull and the god of fire Loki. If Loki made a move, there might be hope. But the father of gods had always been proud. He might not lower his head to this fire god. Before the god of light was born, the father of gods, Odin, had promised to give the god of light to Loki. Not long ago, the Asgard gods had sent all of Odin's children away. The demon wolf Fenrir had even been locked up. The god Queen Frigga had some thoughts. Her gaze fell on the red-haired fire god Loki. Loki's expression didn't change, as if he didn't see the god queen's hopeful gaze. He lowered his head and gently picked at his fingernails with a gorgeous knife. A faint sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. Seeing this, the god queen looked at the majestic father of gods, Odin. Odin didn't seem to see the god queen's gaze. All right, I'm going to the underworld of Helm now. His burly divine body stood up and looked around at the Aesir gods around the round mahogany table. His eyes glanced at the fire god Loki, who had an indifferent expression. A trace of dissatisfaction flashed through his heart. Odin turned around and went straight to the underworld of Helm. The 9 worlds above the world tree could be roughly divided into the upper 3 levels, the middle 3 levels, and the lower 3 levels. Asgard, Vanaheim, and the elven kingdom Alfheim were all in the upper 3 levels. The middle 3 levels had worse weather than the upper 3 levels. They were the human world Midgard, the giant kingdom Jotunheim, and the dwarf kingdom Wardheim. The underworld of Helm, the misty kingdom Niflheim, and the fire kingdom Muspelheim were in the lower 3 levels. The lower 3 levels were famous for their harsh weather. Riding the 8-legged divine chariot, Odin appeared directly in the air above the river Styx in front of Helm's netherworld. There was a terrifying pressure coming from his body. The intense divine light even dispelled the darkness and gloomy clouds that had gathered above Helm's underworld for countless years. In fact, Odin was indeed quite powerful. Almost all of the priesthoods of the gods could be found in him. The blood-spotted hound, who had just signed an unequal treaty, stared at the divine king, who was shining with divine light. He was so ferocious that the blood-spotted hound revealed a rare trace of respect. The gate of Hull opened, and a black-robed goddess, surrounded by several servants, walked out of the gate. She looked at the god-king of the underworld, who was looking down at Heim from the clouds. She didn't have much respect on her face. She only bowed slightly to Odin to show her respect to the god-king of the Aesir gods. I can hear sounds of celebration coming from your palace. Can you answer me? What are you celebrating? After a moment of silence, Odin said in a deep voice. Her said after a moment of silence. The world of death is about to welcome a very distinguished guest. So we have prepared a feast, singing and dancing, and delicious food to welcome the arrival of the distinguished guest. Odin's face darkened. Is it Balder, my poor child? Ho was silent, obviously tacitly agreeing. Odin's eyes flashed with a thunderous majesty. Balder is the successor of the Aesir gods, the future king of the gods. I need you to swear that the world of death and the underworld will not accept Balder. A trace of coldness flashed in Hare's eyes. God King, I advise you not to do so. You want to refuse me? Odin's eyes flashed with a fierce light. He had the intention to kill. Anyone who dared to hurt Balder would be an enemy of the Aesir gods. An overwhelming pressure fell on her. Hare's expression didn't change as he raised his head. God King, life and death are arranged by fate. Do you really think it's a good thing that the world of death doesn't accept Balder's soul? Odin's expression changed slightly, and in an instant, he recovered from the fear and anger in his heart. Death was sometimes not the end. What if Balder's soul was destroyed? In just an instant, Odin's originally rather valiant divine body had a trace of old age. After a moment, Odin raised his head, his gaze cold. I want you to swear that the world of death will not take the initiative to hurt Balder. As you wish, God King. I swear that I will never take the initiative to hurt Balder. Her nodded. Odin's cold gaze slightly restrained, but he still glanced at her indifferently, disgust flashing in his eyes. No matter what, the attitude of the Aesir gods towards the monster children of the fire god Loki would not change. The dignified and handsome Aesir gods would never accept such a freak and ferocious existence. Riding the eight-legged divine chariot, Odin turned and left. The divine light dissipated in the cold sky above the underworld of Heim, and gradually darkness and coldness once again enveloped this gloomy hell. He looked coldly in the direction that Odin had left, then turned and returned to the death god palace. The next moment, she turned into a black light and fell into the body of a black-robed figure on the throne. The death god heard just now was obviously Qin Feng's transformation. He had only cultivated the 72 transformations and comprehended the supreme creation. Odin didn't check carefully, but he was deceived. Regalika, on the throne, Qin Feng raised his head and looked in the direction of Asgard with a sneer in his eyes. If the Aesir gods didn't wither, how could their world of death prosper? How could they replace them, completely integrate into this world, and become the new supreme god? At this time, as the underworld of Heim grew stronger, the world of death expanded, and the radiance of the God King of Death gradually appeared on his body. The God King godhood and the God King Hades godhood gradually condensed and appeared for him. In the human world, many mortal countries had already begun to worship the death gods. Qin Feng promoted 4 subordinate gods in the world of death. They were the god of bones born of the skeletons, the god of undead knights of the death knights, the god of hatred of the abominations, and the lich dragon god-born of the Dracolic. These 4 gods were his claws and fangs. After that, there were 8 oracles, each in charge of a part of the world of death, such as soul catcher, worry, hunger, rage, destruction, greed, and conspiracy. The 4 subordinate gods were in charge of governing the world of death, while the 8 oracles were in charge of spreading the name of the world of death in the mortal world. When Qin Feng was busy governing the world of death, the god of light couldn't escape the fate of death in the end. Chapter 1669. When Odin returned to Asgard and learned that Death God Hol was unable to prevent Baldur's death, God Queen Frigga was unwilling to accept it. Frigga had several sons, War God Tyr, Darkness God Hodel, and God's emissary Helmut, but Light God Baldur was her favorite son. The God Empress was not willing to watch her son fall into the abyss. I can't let Baldur be harmed. For this reason, God Empress Frigga asked the God King for the right to command the heroic army under her command. Thus, she ran all over the 9 realms and used the God King's supreme authority to change the rules, ordering all beings and gods to swear an oath not to harm the future successor of the Aesir gods, Balder. If they disobeyed, they would become enemies with Asgard. This included the 12 Asgard gods, the Vanir gods, the Elven Kingdom, the House of Dwarves, and even the locked-up fire god Loki's monster children. In the world of death, the God Queen also sent an emissary to force death god Hel and his emissaries to not harm the future leader of Asgard. Qinfeng saw this and did not refuse. As a supreme being of another world, he was also well aware of the power of fate in this world. It was a powerful force that even the supreme could not resist. The supreme gods could barely resist the corrosion of fate, but they could not change the general trend of the world. They might be able to resist it, but it was not something that could be changed suddenly. It required a long period of planning and guidance. Qinfeng did not want to do anything to resist fate at the moment. At least, he did not want to attract the attention of the other supreme gods before he completely integrated into this huge world. Everything swore an oath not to harm the future leader of Asgard, the god of light Balder. The only exception was the mistletoe sprout growing to the east of the martyr's palace. It was too weak and should not be able to harm anyone. Sure enough, after the gods swore an oath, Balder's nightmare dissipated, and the dark clouds that shrouded the entire celestial palace completely dissipated. Fire god Loki had always been brooding over Balder's succession to the position of god of light, and he also hated the fate of his children. He discovered the secret that the mistletoe sprout had not sworn oath. The next day, news of Balder's death spread from the celestial palace. When the beings of the 9 great worlds swore not to hurt Balder, the gods were happy for him. They also tried to throw weapons at him. As expected, they couldn't hurt the god of light. But when Hodel threw a mistletoe tree at it, it turned into a sword. After being hit by this sword, Balder fell almost immediately. The fact that the younger twin brother had killed his own blood relative was a huge scandal in the Aso divine clan. It was something that many people found hard to accept. Although there were many scandals involving the gods of the Aso gods never killed each other. Odin, the father of all gods, was enraged. If not for the god's persuasion against killing blood relatives, the god of darkness, Hodel, might have been killed on the spot. Even so, the god of darkness, Hodel, was temporarily deposed and placed under house arrest in the Garden of the Gods. At the same time, although the fire god Loki was bewitching and using Hodel to kill Balder, there was no wall in the world. Odin soon became suspicious. Although the god of darkness was born with the rule of darkness and was one of the 12 main gods, the god of light, Balder, controlled light, which naturally countered Hodel's dark divine power. How could the god of darkness, Hodel, kill Balder with a weak mistletoe tree? While Odin was secretly investigating the cause of Balder's death, Qinfeng had already quietly left the world of death. In this mysterious world, besides condensing a godhood, one could also indirectly absorb the world's origin power. In fact, there were other ways to obtain the origin power. For example, searching for treasures that contain the origin power. For example, before the primordial origin, the 3-eyed chaos spring. Each of the 3 chaos divine springs contained extremely precious chaos essences. Qinfeng had long set his eyes on the 3-eyed chaos spring. At this time, the Aso gods were fighting among themselves. While the gods were distracted, he quietly searched for traces of the 3-eyed chaos spring. The 3-eyed chaos spring were Wagmir, Mimir, and Udar. The location of the chaos spring, which contained the chaos origin power, was not a secret in the Aso divine clan. They were at the foot of the world tree, providing water for it. The first thing Qinfeng wanted to steal was the Mimir spring. As for why he didn't steal the other 2 chaos springs, the reason was very simple. The other 2 chaos springs were guarded by ruthless people. Qinfeng had long been familiar with the trick of being a thief. among the three-eyed chaos springs. Only the Mimir spring had no guardian. Oh, it should be said that there was no guardian now. There had been one before, and it had been a very powerful guy, but he had been tricked to death by Odin, the father of the gods. Rumor had it that the Mimir spring was the spring of wisdom. The spring water of the Mimir spring was full of knowledge and wisdom. It possessed knowledge about everything that had happened in the entire world and the 9 worlds, and it was all fused in this clear and transparent spring water. Thus, no matter who it was, whether they were gods, elves, giants, dwarves, or humans, as long as they drank the spring water of the Mimir spring, they would become both knowledgeable and wise. However, there was a giant who was guarding the spring, not letting any gods or giants get close to it. This giant was called Mimir, also known as the Giant of Wisdom. In the world, there had never been a creature who could drink a mouthful of the spring water of Mimir, except for this giant himself. Every evening, when the gorgeous sunset reflected the surface of the spring like a poem or a painting, old Mimir would use a delicate horn cup to draw a cup of the spring water of knowledge and wisdom, and slowly enjoyed himself. As time passed, the giant Mimir grew older and older, but the cup of spring water every day also made him smarter and wiser. He knew everything that had happened, was happening, and would happen in the world. Once, Odin came to the Mimir spring during his travels and happened to meet Mimir, who was holding a horn cup to draw water from the spring. Looking at the clear spring water of Mimir, Odin's heart was aroused with a strong desire to pursue knowledge and wisdom. "O wise Mimir, please let me drink a mouthful of this spring water of knowledge and wisdom," Odin said. "Impossible." Mimir refused him without hesitation. "O Mimir, knowledge and wisdom are so precious, and I, Odin, am so determined to pursue them. O Mimir, I am willing to exchange everything I have for a precious spring water to increase my wisdom." The old giant listened to Odin's words and was a little moved. Finally, he said, "Odin, you troublesome god, if you can sacrifice one of your eyes and throw it into the spring water, I will let you drink as much of this spring water of knowledge and wisdom as you want." Odin was a little hesitant now, but soon he made a decision and carefully dug out his right eye and threw it into the spring water of Mimir. The eye fell steadily to the bottom of the spring and opened up in the spring water of knowledge and wisdom. Through the clear spring water, it could see everything that had happened in the universe and everything that would happen in the future. Odin then drank a lot of the spring water of Mimir and became more knowledgeable and wise from then on. Although he lost an eye and was often called One-Eyed Old Man or One-Eyed Old Man, it was also because of his superior wisdom that he finally defeated the original god and became the king of the gods and the father of the gods. Perhaps because one of his eyes had been at the bottom of the water for a long time, Odin also gained the ability to see and absorb knowledge and wisdom from the past, present, and future. Of course, after losing an eye, Odin also held a grudge against the stingy wisdom giant Mimir. Later, taking advantage of the exchange of hostages with the Vanir gods, he tricked the wisdom giant Mimir to the Vanir gods as a hostage. In the end, Mimir was tragically killed by the Vanir gods. Chapter 1670. Here, I want to explain the origin of the Vanir gods and the origin of the conflict with the Aesir gods. After the Great War, Odin took the lead in defeating the frost giants and the fire giants, dominating the world and establishing the supreme position of the Aesir gods. But it was not without opponents. At the beginning of the world's birth, Vanaheim on the western coast also gave birth to a natural god with divine power. This was the Vanir gods. The Vanir gods were led by the sea god Niold. He was one of the 12 main gods of the Aesir gods, the current god of the coastal sea. Some said that Niold was the descendant of the wise ancient gods, and there were also rumors that Niold and the giant Shaki's daughter, Skadi, who was killed by the Aesir gods, were siblings. Shaki was a mountain giant who lived in Jotunheim. so it seemed that the Vanir gods also had giant blood. The war between the two races originated from a dispute over the rules of heaven and earth, or a premeditated, organized test. Among the Vanir gods, there was a powerful goddess called Gulvig. This powerful goddess, like Odin, the origin of the gods of Asgard and the father of the gods, was also an ancient god. She was the origin of the gods of Vanir. This goddess went to Asgard to discuss which of the two gods was greater and more worthy of people's worship. The Aesir gods sensed the thoughts of this powerful goddess and thought that she came with bad intentions. So Odin threw the spear Gungnir at her to declare war. Gungnir was a 10,000-year-old weapon in the hands of Odin, the father of the gods. Its raw material was a trunk of the world tree, which had terrifying divine power. It could easily kill the gods. Odin used this spear and divine fire to kill the goddess Gulvig as many as 3 times, but Gulvig could be resurrected each time. The father of the gods could not kill the goddess Gulvig, and similarly, the origin of the Vanir gods, the goddess Gulvig, could not do anything to the father of the gods, Odin. The war lasted for a long time, and both sides suffered a lot of losses. Countless small gods, new gods, and even gods fell. Both sides were tired of this war, so they decided to make peace and exchange hostages. The 3 hostages that the Vanir gods exchanged were the leader of the Vanir gods, Niold, and the children of Niold and his sister, Nasuz, Frey and Freya. In this regard, the Warner gods were quite honest. They offered up the current leader of the gods, as well as their children. But from this, it could be seen that the god of the ocean, Nold, wasn't doing well in the Vanir divine race. The one who started the battle was the origin goddess Gulvig, and the one who took the blame was actually him. As the leader of the Vanir god race, he had been abandoned by the god race and thrown away like trash. He had even lost 2 of his children. Although the 3 of them were the 12 main gods of Asgard, compared to the sincerity of the Vanir gods, the Aesir gods' exchange of hostages was a little perfunctory. The 2 hostages were Odin's brother Haniel and the wisdom giant Mimir. Even though this god was Odin's brother and was very handsome, he was actually a retard. His personality was dull, his brain was slow, and he was especially bad at talking. There was also the giant of wisdom, Mimir. After losing an eye, Odin finally found a chance to take revenge on the old giant who had exchanged his eye. After Haniel and Mimir came to Vanaheim, they were very welcomed by the Vanir gods at first. The name of the god king's brother seemed to carry a lot of weight. The Vanir gods also let Haniel become a small leader with real power in the Vanir gods. But the Vanir gods soon found clues. It seemed that on all occasions, the old giant Mimir was helping Haniel, answering all kinds of questions he raised. And once Mimir was gone, Haniel, the tall and handsome brother of the god king, was like a fool, useless. The Vanir gods were very angry because of this, feeling that they had been fooled and deceived by the Aesir gods. But Haniel was the brother of the god king, so he couldn't be killed. But to the wisdom giant Mimir, that old man, there was no such taboo. The Vanir gods found an opportunity to cut off the head of the wisdom giant Mimir and sent someone to send it to Asgard to show their strong anger and injustice. After the Aesir gods in the immortal palace received the head of the wisdom giant Mimir, many of the Aesir gods were very angry at the Vanir gods for doing this, but there was nothing they could do. At this time, the frost giants were causing trouble, and the Aesir gods were unwilling to start another war. This matter was left unsettled at this point, but the father of the gods was very happy to see the wisdom giant killed. Firstly, he had avenged the loss of his eye, and secondly, the smartest of the 9 realms, the old giant who claimed to be able to see the past, present, and future was gone. He could monopolize the fountain of wisdom and draw on the wisdom of the fountain of wisdom alone. Of course, the narrow-minded god king did not let go of the wisdom giant Mimir. He smeared the wisdom giant's head that the Vanir gods had sent back with various herbs, smeared all kinds of strange medicinal juices, and secretly refined it with a divine spell. He gave Mimir's head power so that it could talk to him and dig out all kinds of secrets that Mimir knew. In short, He treated Mimir's head as an old story and used it to relieve boredom and amuse himself in his spare time. Passing through the end of the Heim underworld, Qin Feng directly passed through the country of true fire, Muspelheim, and went directly to the roots of the world tree. The sunset here was gorgeous, and the flowers were like brocade. This red sunset fell, and this place was like a huge garden. After Mimir's death, the Fountain of Wisdom lost its guardian. In order to prevent other creatures from mistakenly entering here, or to prevent other gods from stealing the Fountain of Wisdom, absorbing wisdom, and threatening Odin's rule, the Father of the Gods sealed this place with a divine spell and arranged a giant eagle here to build a nest on a branch of the world tree, secretly guarding the Fountain of Wisdom. Qin Feng's figure changed, and he came under the tree. He first saw the giant nest on a trunk of the world tree. A golden eagle squinted in the nest, its golden feathers awe-inspiring. Qin Feng smiled faintly, and among the 72 transformations, a kind of magic appeared in his mind. With a wave of his sleeve, a faint golden light appeared and turned into a small bug. Like a stream of light, it entered the body of the giant golden eagle. Whoosh! After a while, the golden eagle began to fall asleep. This was a sleepy bug. This kind of magic was necessary for stealing, killing, and arson. Even if a Lord God was hit by it, he would be confused and fall asleep. Seeing this, Qin Feng landed under the tree. The divine spell of Odin, the father of the gods, could not stop him at all. A faint golden light appeared around Qin Feng, and Odin's divine spell was silently melted by the golden light. Like a drop of water, an ancient and primitive divine spring appeared in front of Qin Feng. Chapter 1671. Gulp, gulp, gulp. The ancient divine spring bubbled, emitting a melodious sound. It was like the voices of many fairies in the immortal palace, pleasant to the ears. Taking a deep breath, Qin Feng felt as though his primordial spirit was ascending. There seemed to be countless sparks of wisdom flowing through his nose and mouth into his primordial spirit. Faintly, Qin Feng could feel that the source of his primordial spirit was becoming stronger and stronger. His comprehension of the three heavens' laws of creation, space, and celestial Tao had deepened. Good stuff, good stuff. Qin Feng opened his eyes, and they shone brightly. It's useful. It's useful. The spring of wisdom's benefits to his Yuan spirit were beyond his imagination. Qin Feng sat down cross-legged and began to use his grand mist holy power to absorb the spring's origin of wisdom. His 10 fingers moved simultaneously, and a golden light enveloped the entire divine spring. Strands of spring water turned into a long dragon and entered Qin Feng's body. Qin Feng's movements were very subtle. He knew that one of Odin's eyeballs was still in the spring, so he was very careful. Qin Feng absorbed an endless stream of the spring of wisdom, refining the origin of wisdom and merging it into his Yuan spirit. Like rain after a long drought, his Yuan spirit absorbed the origin of wisdom and rapidly grew stronger. Sparks of wisdom collided in his Yuan spirit. First, the innate creation laws were rapidly approaching perfection. This kind of speed was beyond Qin Feng's imagination. In the past, when he tried to comprehend the innate creation laws, he always felt it was difficult, and endless. But at this moment, he felt as if he was sitting on a rocket. Inspiration flashed one after another, and the innate creation laws that he found difficult to comprehend in the past seemed easy now. The accumulated knowledge and wisdom in his Yuan spirit seemed to be continuously integrated in the spring water. While Qin Feng was secretly absorbing the spring of wisdom, Odin finally found out who had secretly murdered the god of light, Balder. This one-eyed king, who was full of wisdom, did not immediately take action. Although light god Balder's death was due to someone's instigation, the person who killed him was darkness god Hodel. Among the Aesir gods, gods were forbidden from killing each other. The Aesir gods believed that this kind of killing was extremely ominous and disgusting. Dying at the hands of one's loved ones was the greatest misfortune. Because of this, the dark god Hodel was spared from death. However, Odin was not willing to give up just like that. In his heart, he was absolutely unwilling to forgive this vicious child who had plotted against his elder brother. As a direct descendant, the god of light Balder was favored by the Aesir gods. He was also entrusted with the Cyclops king's blood, sweat, and tears. Balder was chosen by the Cyclops king to be his successor after he transcended the divine king and ascended to the supreme level during the main god's twilight. The most tragic thing in the world was when a white-haired person had to send off a black-haired person, especially when a black-haired person was murdered by another family member. Odin wasn't willing to let go of the dark god Hodel. However, the tragedy had already happened. He couldn't personally kill his unfilial son, Hodel. However, Odin had another way. He had obtained a part of the fable about the future from the female prophet, Vala. If he could marry the female giant Linda, he would have a chance to avenge the god of light, Balder. Linda was the princess of the Rossi king, Byrlin. Linda was very cold and indifferent to everything and everyone. The king only had this one daughter, but Linda showed no signs of falling in love or giving birth. This made the king very anxious. On the other side, Odin learned that his son with the female giant Linda could avenge the god of light, Balder. Thus, Odin used tricks and magic to deceive the king, approached Linda, and forced the female giant Linda to have sex with him. Then, she gave birth to the god of nature, Vali, the destined avenger. Vali grew to Shang on the first day of his birth. He hadn't even washed his body. The moment he landed on the ground, he picked up his bow and arrow and killed the dark god Hodel, who had been banished to a mountain. The Norse people hated killing their own people. Thus, Hodel killing Balder was the greatest misfortune for the Aesir gods. However, if the Aesir gods killed Hodel because of this, it would only bring about an even greater misfortune. Of course, they couldn't let anyone other than the Aesir gods kill Hodel. Thus, Vali, who had only been born for a day and hadn't washed up, could be considered Odin's family. This could avoid the taboo of the Aesir gods to the greatest extent. Although the gods were shocked by the fall of the dark god Hodel, one of the 12 main gods, after learning the identity of the god of nature, Vali, they automatically chose to remain silent. The god of light, Balder, was extremely popular among the Aesir gods. His fall had a great impact on the Aesir gods. The gods had already criticized the god of darkness, Hodel. On the contrary, the god of darkness, Hodel, the main god who was born to control the law of darkness, was not liked by the gods because of his power of darkness. When the god of darkness, Hodel, fell, the roots of the world tree absorbed the spring of wisdom. At this time, among the 3 laws of heaven and earth, Qin Feng had completely perfected the innate creation. The innate universe law was rapidly approaching perfection. Feeling the violent vibration of the law of heaven and earth, Qin Feng sneered inwardly. The 12 main gods of the Aesir gods represented the future of the Aesir gods, as well as the gathering of the gods' fate. The fall of the god of light, Balder, represented the destruction of light and the shroud of darkness. The main god of darkness, Hodel, fell once again. The 2 wings of light and darkness of the Aesir gods completely collapsed, and their fate was greatly damaged. Following the fall of the Aesir gods, the many main gods fell one by one, and the shackles above their heads collapsed one by one. Qin Feng saw that it would not be long before the light of the world of death completely shrouded the 9 great worlds. And he would also use this to achieve the position of the paramount god of death, and even go one step further, becoming one with the 3 corpses, surpassing the ordinary paramount god. Qin Feng calmed his heart, and once again looked at the spring of wisdom under the roots of the world tree. At this time, he had already absorbed a small portion of the spring of wisdom, source of wisdom, and there was still a large portion left. He had to completely refine it in a short time. After taking revenge for the god of light, Balder, the ship of death, the gods then placed Balder's corpse on the deck of a spirit boat, chopped off many pine branches, and filled it with weapons and funeral offerings. What Odin gave was his golden ring, Drupnir, which could duplicate himself. Just as the gods were sending Baldur off, the wife of the god of light, Nanna, committed suicide because she was too sad. The gods also put Nanna on the ship and killed Baldur's horse and dog to be buried with them. Then Odin brought the angry gods to find the mastermind of this tragedy, Loki. Loki, my brother, tell me, when did your heart become so vicious? In the immortal palace, the gods gathered. The atmosphere in the immortal palace was almost frozen. In the main hall, the gods' gazes were either mocking, indifferent, angry, or cold as they looked at fire god Loki. Chapter 1672. Facing pairs of gloomy and unfriendly eyes. Brother, Odin, do you still treat me as your brother? Loki laughed so hard that tears flowed out of his eyes. Odin frowned slightly, his one eye coldly looking at Loki. No, you've already forgotten. You've forgotten who killed the frost giant ancestor Ymir for you, and who helped you sit on the throne of the king of the gods. You've already forgotten your promise. You gave the priesthood of light that originally belonged to me to your most beloved Baldur. You imprisoned my children in that dark place where there is no light. From the beginning to the end, I've misjudged you. You're selfish, greedy, and stingy. Even the black dwarf of Saphataven is more generous than you. Loki, you evil god, what right do you have to criticize the great king of the gods, the father of the gods, Odin? As the son of Odin, the god of poetry, wisdom, and eloquence, Bragi, was the first to stand up and berate him angrily. Loki turned around and looked at the god of poetry, wisdom, and eloquence, and said word by word, Bragi, you cowardly Prince Charming, what right do you have to shout here? Everyone here has the right to stand here, but you, a coward, don't have the right? Loki, how dare you insult this god like this? Bragi's face was red, and he suddenly stood up from the throne. Loki glanced at him and sneered. Do you dare to deny your cowardice? Back then, the frost giant turned into an eagle and captured your wife, the goddess of youth, Eden, and the gods sent you to Solemnheim. Solemnheim is a place in Jotunheim. You were as timid as a quail, hiding in your temple and trembling. If it weren't for me, do you think Eden would have been able to return to your side? Brachi's eyes were bloodshot. That was the shame of his life. On the side, the goddess of youth, Eden, had an unnatural expression. She had been stripped naked by the frost giant, Syaji. She had almost been violated by that abominable giant. The gods looked at Loki with gloomy faces. Bragi was one of the 12 main gods of Aesir. Your Highness Blocky, you don't have to bother with an evil god. What happened back then was decided by the gods. If Loki hadn't deceived His Highness Eden with a scheme, His Highness Eden wouldn't have been caught off guard and wouldn't have fallen into that hateful frost giant Sya's trap and been captured. A tall ancient god said indifferently, of the 12 prime gods, the former god of the ocean, the current god of the coastal sea, Nold, the former god King Vanir had always been respected by the gods of the Aesir gods. When he saw Blocky insulting Loki, he couldn't help but speak up. Loki's eyes were filled with mockery when he heard Niold's rebuke. Don't play the good guy here, Nold. Do you think no one knows about your dirty deeds? First, you slept with your sister, and then you were cheated on. You still have the face to stand among the gods of Aesir. Don't you feel ashamed? Nold's expression changed drastically. He stared at Loki, almost gnashing his teeth. This was almost his Achilles' heel. After being traded to the Aesir gods as a hostage of the god king of the Vanir gods, Nold had marriage. After the frost giant was burned to death by the gods of Aesir because he stole the goddess of youth, Eden, the daughter of the frost giant, the goddess of winter, Skadi, came to Asgard to seek justice. The goddess of winter, Skadi, was a third-generation ancient god, but she controlled the power of winter and glaciers. Her priesthood was very powerful, and she was also a prime god. On that day, winter arrived. The scenery was beautiful and picturesque, and the kingdom of the gods was filled with the power of winter snow. The gods tried to reconcile with her. They agreed to Skadi's request, to let her choose one of the gods to be her husband. But the gods also made a condition. She could only choose her husband based on their feet. Skadi originally wanted to choose the most handsome Balder, the deceased god of light, as her husband. She chose a pair of feet that she thought were the most perfect. She thought that such perfect feet should belong to Balder, but she chose the god of the ocean, Nold. This made Nold overjoyed. He had simply picked up a beautiful goddess for free. Of course, the goddess of winter, Skadi, might have been plotted against by the gods of Aesir, or was influenced by something. She actually chose to agree to the condition of choosing a husband and gave up revenge for her father. But Nold was not happy for long. Nold was a coastal sea god from the gods of Vanir, and he lived in Norton's ship city. Skadi, as the goddess of winter, lived in Solemnheim in Jotunheim, the giant kingdom, which was the place where Sharki once hid the goddess of youth, Eden. Although the two were married, their interests were quite different. At first, they agreed to take turns living in the two places every 9 days or 3 days. But neither of them could adapt to the other's environment, and the marriage ended in a breakup. The natural gods were greatly influenced by their priesthood and divinity. Unlike some of the natural ancient gods in the primitive world, who had perfect control of the rules of heaven and earth, their minds were tough, and they were not, or very rarely, affected by the power of the rules of heaven and earth. Although the ocean and ice intersected, one was changeable, and the other was cold and cruel. These were two extremes, and it was difficult for them to be together, unless the two ancient gods could defeat the divinity and become the god king. Soon after, the goddess of winter met the god of archery, Uriel. He was a prince charming who loved snow and hunting. He was the stepson of Thor, the god of thunder, and the son of the goddess of earth and harvest. Seeing that Nold, the god of the coastal sea, was speechless by Loki's rebuttal, a beautiful goddess shouted, "Loki, shut up." Everyone in the Aesir gods has the freedom to love, but none of the Aesir gods are like you, who turned into a mare and fooled around with a stallion. You even gave birth to an 8-legged divine colt, and the god got pregnant and gave birth to a child. This is a strange story. Loki's expression changed greatly, and a trace of fierceness flashed in his eyes. He looked at the beautiful goddess who had spoken, but his expression soon returned to normal. He looked at the goddess with a sneer and laughed strangely. "Freya, the goddess of war, Nold's daughter, you shameless bitch. When it comes to strange stories, no one can compare to you. The taste of being a dark dwarf is pretty good. Being locked up in a cave by 4 dark-skinned and extremely ugly dark dwarves for 4 days and nights. Tell me, should I praise you for being good at playing, or for having a unique taste?" Freya was the goddess of love, the goddess of war, and the goddess of magic. She was the god with the highest level of magic in Asgard. It was said that Odin's magic was learned from Freya after she came to Asgard. Freya and Frey were the children of Niold and his sister, Nasus. They had inherited their parents' tradition, or rather, the chaotic tradition of the Vanir race. They had an indescribable relationship, but they did not marry or have any children. Freya's husband was the god of summer, Nold. They had a pair of beautiful and lovely daughters. Gods, giants, mortals, and even dwarves coveted Freya's beauty, but her husband, Nold, was not faithful in love. He liked to travel more than Freya, and whenever he was tired of a place, he would leave without saying goodbye. On a journey to find Nold, Freya saw 4 dwarves making a very beautiful necklace called Brick Jarman. This was a very special necklace. It had no other power, but it could be continuously strengthened and increase its own charm. Freya wanted this necklace very much when she saw it. She asked the dwarves how much they could sell it to her for, but the dwarves were more lustful than greedy. They said that they would not sell it for any price, and that the price for this necklace was to sleep with the 4 of them for 1 night. Freya slept with the 4 dwarves in the cave for 4 nights. Chapter 1673. Several main gods had unnatural expressions. The goddess of war, Freya, was pale. She gritted her teeth and looked at Loki with her beautiful eyes, wishing she could tear him to pieces. The god of fertility, Freyr, also had a gloomy expression. He was the elder brother who had had physical contact with the goddess of war and had done something indescribable. He was also the main god of the elven kingdom in the Nine Realms. His expression was gloomy. He couldn't be blamed for having sex with Freya. The Vanir gods were naturally open-minded, but they didn't have as many rules as the Aesir gods. Needless to say, the god of the coastal sea was even more embarrassed. The Aesir gods all looked at Loki with gloomy expressions. This time, no one stood up to debate with Loki. Loki was the brother of god King Odin and a first-generation ancient god. He had lived longer than them and loved to gossip. Who didn't have a bit of privacy? Who could guarantee that their secrets hadn't been learned by the evil god Loki? On the throne, the god Queen Freyr wanted to speak several times, but the rebuke was stuck in her throat. She also had a past that she couldn't bear to look back on. As the goddess of love, the goddess of the sky and earth, Freyr was mainly in charge of marriage and family. Although she was famous for being virtuous, she also had a shortcoming. She had an uncontrollable greed for gold, silver, and jewels. She had always used jewels and gold to decorate her palace, never satisfied. Once, she stole a piece of gold from Odin's statue. Because Odin had carved a divine incantation in the Luna language on the statue, he could tell the thief's name. Thus, Freyr went all the way and shattered the statue. Odin was so angry that he left Asgard. When Odin wasn't around, Odin's two brothers pretended to be Odin, the other two sons of the primordial ancient god Baal, and slept with Frigga because the three brothers looked the same. 7 months later, when the frost giants attacked, the two Odins couldn't resist the attacks of the frost giant army because they didn't have Odin's divine power. Only then did Freyr vaguely discover them. This matter was extremely secretive, but the god Queen Freyr knew that it couldn't be hidden from Loki. She also had an indescribable affair with the stepson of the thunder god Thor, the goddess of winter's husband, the god of archery. But the more it was like this, the more the god Empress hated Rocky. Not only the god Empress, but the other gods of Asa, whose wounds had been exposed by Rocky, were also staring at Rocky with gloomy expressions. Their eyes were filled with bone-chilling coldness. Kill him. The Aesir clan doesn't need such a despicable and shameless god, said one of the deities with a cold expression. She was a goddess. She was the goddess of winter, the wife of the god of archery, Uriel, and the ex-wife of the lord of the coastal sea, Niald. Her father, the frost giant, had died at the hands of Loki. Rumble. An earth-shattering bolt of lightning shot out, and a terrifying bolt of lightning struck Loki, who was in the center of the hall. It was a loud bang. The figure of the fire god, Loki, turned into dust. A burly figure covered in lightning appeared in the hall. Among the 12 lords, Odin's son, the lord of thunder, Thor, had a bolt of lightning returned to his hand. It was the world-shaking divine artifact, Thor's hammer. Thor's face was also filled with killing intent toward Rocky. He knew very well that this bastard Rocky had seduced his wife, the goddess of earth and harvest, Sif. After being cuckolded, he had long wanted to kill this bastard Rocky. Rumble. Above the huge celestial palace, a cloud of death shrouded it. But in an instant, the cloud of fire erupted like a funnel. Within the fire of the celestial palace, Rocky's red hair fluttered in the wind. Oh! Seeing this, Thor let out an earth-shattering roar. Within the celestial palace, a cloud of death descended, and a strange human face appeared. Half of it was that of a beautiful young girl, while the other half was that of a rotten corpse, malevolent and decaying. Death god Hull. The Aesir gods looked at this ghostly face with gloomy expressions. Thor, you don't need to do this. I said before that the world of death will not accept Rocky's soul. The giant, ghostly face glanced at the gods. As the Lord of Death born in the world of death, Death God Hull could reject the arrival of death. This was a powerful ability that was close to destiny. As long as the Lord of Death didn't want any living being to die, no one could kill him unless their soul was completely destroyed. At this time, beside the spring of wisdom, green leaves danced and flowers bloomed in the garden. Qin Feng had already absorbed most of the wisdom origin in the spring of wisdom. Qin Feng didn't continue and cut off the roots, leaving behind a part of the wisdom origin. The spring of wisdom would continue to gather the god's wisdom and strengthen it. After absorbing the wisdom origin, Qin Feng's laws of creation, space, and death were all perfected. He also grasped the law of wisdom at the same time. The only thing left was to integrate the last innate celestial Tao law and complete the three-corpse fusion. Oh, maybe this couldn't be called the three-corpse fusion anymore. The three-corpse fusion was the fusion of the three laws of heaven and earth, strengthening the innate celestial Tao law that he created. Qin Feng had already mastered more than 3 laws of heaven and earth. The laws of creation, space, death, wisdom, and celestial Tao, a total of 5. Among them, the laws of creation, space, death, and wisdom were the surface, and the branches of the 4 laws were the branches and leaves. The core was still the celestial Tao law. Qin Feng's current strength was undoubtedly many times stronger than when he first entered the Nordic world. He was now fully capable of suppressing his previous self. He could now be called the supreme of the 4 laws. Supreme of creation, supreme of space, supreme of death, and supreme of wisdom. However, he could only be considered as the supreme god of another world. Perhaps the laws of death and wisdom had already met the requirements. What Qin Feng needed now was an opportunity to completely integrate the 4 laws of heaven and earth into the celestial Tao law, perfect the celestial Tao law, and break through to the highest level. At this moment, the ghostly face formed by his divine sense appeared above the heavenly palace and looked at the gods calmly. At this moment, he had completely replaced Death God Hull and controlled the world of death. The gods thought that it was Death God Hull who rejected Loki's death and gave Loki an immortal body. In fact, it was Qin Feng, the supreme god of death and the ruler of the world of death, who helped Loki with the power of death. This was the biggest difference between the Nordic world and the Eldritch world. In other worlds, once one became a Lord God, he would have an immortal body. His divine soul was entrusted to the laws of heaven and earth, making it difficult to kill him. Only beings of the same level who had mastered the laws of termination could kill him. But the Nordic world was different. Perhaps because of the different cultivation system, only those who had transcended fate could be truly immortal. Chapter 1674. Hypocritical and despicable Aesir gods, you can't kill me. In the hall, fire god Loki's crazy laughter spread throughout the immortal palace. Qin Feng looked at Loki indifferently. His gaze fell on Odin, the father of all gods, who was sitting on the throne in front of the mahogany round table. Odin's aura was extremely brilliant and tyrannical. Half-step supreme. Qin Feng's eyes were slightly surprised. The aura around him revealed a trace of power that transcended fate. Clearly, he had touched the threshold of the supreme realm and transcended fate. If he could break the fate of Legoruk, Twilight of the Gods, he might be able to ascend to the supreme realm and break free from the shackles of fate. He sat on the throne and ignored the gaze of the god of death, Hall. As he chanted, an ancient mantra appeared and turned into several golden chains that flew toward the god of fire, Loki. Odin, since you're doing it yourself, then let me see how much you've improved over the years. Loki's expression was cold. He waved his sleeve, and boundless flames appeared around him. Balls of flames flew fiercely toward the golden chains. The scorching heat was terrifying enough to incinerate all worlds. In the palace, the faces of the Aesir gods changed drastically. Fire god Loki's strength was indeed far above the Aesir gods. Within those balls of flames, even the 12 core gods felt that their divine bodies could be easily melted. Fire god Loki had already grasped most of the precepts of heaven and earth. Similar to Odin, fire god Loki's strength had also reached the half-step supreme realm. In the Aesir gods, except for Odin, the king of gods, the other core gods were no match for such earth-shattering power. Rumble. In the next moment, accompanied by an earth-shattering explosion, a divine spear pierced through the sky like thunder and nailed fire god Loki in the distance. Loki let out an extremely painful roar. Odin, his body was surrounded by boundless flames, and the surging divine power of fire vibrated. Asgard, where the palace was located, shook violently as if billions of volcanoes were roaring. The divine spear nailed him to the ground. The divine spear Gunnil was refined by Odin using the essence of a section of the world tree. It possessed world-shaking power. Fire god Loki couldn't break free. Pucci, the pale golden divine chain pierced through Loki's shoulder blade like lightning, locking him in place. Odin, you can't trap me. Loki looked up to the sky and roared. The divine power of fire in his body was like a volcano that split the sky and earth apart. The divine power vibrated and shook the world. The whole of Asgard seemed to be falling apart. Looking at this terrifying scene, all the gods were horrified. The fire god Loki's power was beyond the gods' imagination. On the throne, Odin's face was gloomy. He waved his sleeves and summoned thunder and lightning. Earth, water, wind, and fire bombarded Loki in succession. However, none of them could injure this terrifying god of fire. The deities looked at each other, and they all attacked together, bombarding him with all kinds of divine power. After a long while, the wind and clouds in the immortal palace dispersed. The atmosphere in the entire immortal palace was somewhat stagnant. Although Loki's body had been bombarded by the Aesir gods and turned to dust several times, he hadn't died. The gods looked at each other with gloomy faces. They were at their wits' end. Odin, I said that my strength is on par with yours. If you weren't the God King, you wouldn't be able to hurt me at all. But you can't trap me either. Loki's face was cold. The intense pain made his face contort. His eyes were like wolves, tigers, and leopards. It was as if the ferocity of all things appeared in his eyes. It was as if he was speaking word by word. When I get out, I'll make you despicable, hypocritical Aesir gods pay for the pain I've suffered today. On the throne, Odin's face was silent. His only eye looked at him coldly. After a moment, his gaze fell on a huge ghost face above the immortal palace. Qin Feng noticed Odin's gaze and was expressionless. The other gods also noticed this scene. Aesir and the other gods were furious and gloomy. If it wasn't for Death Hull's refusal, Loki would have been struck down by the power of the gods, and his soul would have been sent to Helm's underworld. Qin Feng noticed the anger on the faces of the gods. Qin Feng sneered inwardly. If these people killed Loki, how could Loki escape in the future? He would hate them and destroy the world. He would destroy the Aesir gods. His world of death was preparing to welcome the arrival of the Aesir gods. Helmont, bring Nalfo and Wally here. Helmont was the child of the god king Odin and the god queen Freya. This son of the Odins was not as strong as the god of light, the god of darkness, or the god of thunder. But he was Odin's messenger, the messenger of the gods. He was in charge of communication and the important clergy of delivering messages. Odin, what do you want? If you have anything, come at me. Loki suddenly raised his head. His eyes were filled with fury. He struggled with all his strength, trying to break free from the golden chains and the suppression of the Gunnil divine spear. Odin's only eye was cold as he watched Loki struggle. Loki, you are the best at bewitching and scheming, showing off your mouth and driving a wedge between the gods. How many Aesir gods have suffered irreparable harm under your schemes? My two sons, the god of light Balder and the god of darkness Hodel, killed each other because of you. Today, I will let you experience the pain of your own skin. Father, not long after, God's emissary Helmont brought the two cute little boys to the immortal palace. From afar, one could see a female giant hurrying towards the immortal palace as fast as lightning from the distant land. She looked worried. Loki was the son of the giant Fabudi and Laufey, and the latter was Odin's nurse. Thus, as a giant, Loki was able to join the Aesir gods and become one of the 12 main gods. Loki had several children in his life. Other than the 8-legged divine chariot, demon wolf Fenrir, Midgardian snake Jemingard, and death god Hull, there were 2 other monsters. There were also 2 normal ones. They were the 2 children of Loki and the female giant Sigurd, Nalfo and Wali. They each inherited the power of the fire god Loki. Compared to the few monsters who were indifferent to family love, Loki loved these 2 children the most. He even regarded them as pearls in his palm. Like Odin, who already knew about the existence of Regalic, Twilight of the Gods, Loki also knew part of Regalic's secrets. Seeing the pitiful children appear, Loki's hands trembled and turned into a roar. Odin, let them go. This has nothing to do with them. His mournful roar filled the entire immortal palace. He struggled with all his might like an injured beast. Odin's only eye was cold and indifferent. He ignored Loki's roar and pointed his finger at the 2 cute children. Wali directly turned into a ferocious and tyrannical yellow-brown hungry wolf. He turned his head and bit off half of his brother Nalfo's head, biting him to death in front of Loki. Chapter 1675. A Tragic Struggle. The boys' violent cries of pain after being attacked by a hungry wolf were endless. In the hall, the boys' blood dyed the bright red carpet red. Watching the 2 children and brothers kill each other with his own eyes, Loki's tears streamed down. The intense pain almost made his chest rise and fall like a sharp knife stabbing into it. He opened his mouth wide and tried to shout, trying to plead with the high and mighty king of the gods, but his throat was hoarse and he couldn't make any sound. Only hot tears rolled in his blood-red eyes. My child! Endless sadness, anger, and resentment rolled in his body, unable to be vented. He was like a volcano that was about to erupt. Loki, this is the pain you gave me. You bewitched Hodel to kill my poor child, Balder. Today, I will repay all the pain to you. I will let you see with your own eyes how it feels to watch 2 children kill each other and not be able to stop it. On the throne, Odin's single eye was calm. Loki raised his head. The tears in his eyes had turned into tears of blood. His expression was blank. In his blank eyes, there was only hatred that couldn't be washed away even if the sky collapsed. Odin. The 2 words seemed to be gritted from the roots of his teeth. The extremely bitter hatred flew out of Loki's body as if it was real. That terrifying hatred directly turned the blazing flames into a deep black. All the gods paled when they sensed this world-destroying resentment. Odin's single eye was pitch black as he looked at Loki indifferently. He knew that ordinary spells couldn't seal Loki. Only by using the flesh and blood of Loki's beloved blood relatives, the intestines of the child who had been bitten by the hungry wolf as a chain, and the child's resentment towards Loki to cast a curse could Loki be trapped. Odin knew that from this moment on, the fate of Legaruk, Lord of the Dusk, would roll in because of the seal of the Third Lord. It could no longer be stopped, and there was probably only one way to stop the arrival of the Dusk of the Gods. Mastery through comprehensive study, completely master the rules, and break through to the highest level. Next, Chinfong witnessed how Loki was imprisoned with his own eyes. Odin showed that he used a piece of Loki's son, Nalfo's intestines, to make a rope with a divine spell to bind Loki. Then, he imprisoned him in a fan and tied him to a stone with a rope. Then, he summoned a huge venomous snake. It was a descendant of the original snake god. Its terrifying fangs contained a venom that could harm a god king. The venom dripped onto Loki's handsome face, corroding it. It did not stop for a single moment, causing Loki to suffer eternal pain. This sort of corrosion was irreversible and had even corroded Rocky's foundation. Once he was injured, it would be difficult for him to recover in the future, and Rocky would be further and further away from the utmost being. Not long after, Loki's wife, the giant Sigma, arrived. Sigrun was heartbroken when she saw what had happened to her husband. However, she did not have enough power to free Loki from his pain, nor could she untie the rope made from her beloved son's intestines. She sat beside the bound Loki and made a cup out of the branches of the world tree to withstand the venom and prevent it from falling on her husband's face. Loki, who was full of resentment, could only let out angry roars again and again to vent his hatred. After Loki was sealed, the Aesir gods seemed to have regained their former peace. But in reality, a deep crack appeared among the Aesir gods. Loki made the past conflicts and scandals clear. Suspicion, dissatisfaction, and indifference grew among the gods. Many conflicts between the 12 main gods began to surface. The biggest change was undoubtedly the change in the climate of the 9 realms. The fall of the god of light, Balder, caused the world to lose its light and become dark. Loki was the god of fire, the world's last hope. With Loki sealed, there was no sunlight and fire. Some scattered gods of fire and gods of light were not enough to support the light of the world. Ice, snow, winter, and endless darkness began to envelop the 9 realms. This greatly benefited the ice gods and death-type divine spirits of laws. Qin Feng felt that the god of death was about to break through the peak of the god-king realm in a short 100 years. Qin Feng had a desire to immediately rush to Asgard and replace it. But soon Qin Feng's reason stopped this sudden impulse. There must be a supreme existence behind the Aesir gods. It was even possible that there was a supreme existence. The Nordic world was not as simple as imagined. It had already mutated. To be able to keep pace with the chaos world, there must be some secrets. For any world, Qin Feng was cautious and in awe. This was his way of doing things. He was bold but careful, and carefully sought confirmation. However, although he decided to continue hiding his identity, Qin Feng did not intend to continue holing up in the world of death. Of the 3 chaos springs, he had only obtained the origin of the spring of wisdom. The spring of wisdom had already given him such great benefits. One could imagine that if he absorbed the origin of the other 2 chaos springs, his strength would definitely be further improved. The remaining 2 chaos springs were called the Wuda spring and Wagmir. The Wuda spring was the first to be ruled out by Qin Feng. The Wuda spring contained the power of fate. The famous 3 goddesses of fate of the Aesir gods guarded the spring of fate all day long. The 3 sisters respectively controlled the power of the past, present, and future. Qin Feng asked himself if he could beat these 3 goddesses, but it was extremely easy to expose himself. He would be exposed to the eyes of the many primordial gods hiding in the dark or the supreme. Then, the only thing left was Wagmir. Wagmir was the spring of ice and snow. It was in the northernmost Nibelheim, country of fog. In a world of ice and snow, the spring water was bone-chilling and cold fog rose. According to what Qin Feng knew, in the spring, there was a very terrifying primordial poison dragon. That poison dragon was called Nighthawk. It entrenched there, biting the huge tree roots that stretched into the spring day and night. The poison dragon was born as a demon, and it tried to bite off the root of the universe tree and destroy the 9 great worlds. It was a primordial dragon of destruction. It was a tough nut to crack. Just as Qin Feng was preparing to seize the second holy spring, a special guest came to Asgard. It was a guest who seemed to be born from the light. His 6 pure white wings were incomparably sacred and holy. He was quietly received by Odin, the king of the gods, in a side hall. Emissary of the Lord of Light, the 6-winged angel of morning light, Lucifer. Has the Lord of Light finally made up his mind? Did he ask you to bring war or peace? Chapter 1676. In the huge palace, the person in front of the main hall turned around and looked at the handsome archangel who was brought into the palace. His single eye was filled with a hint of fear. It wasn't fear for the archangel in front of him. It was fear for the Lord of Light. The radiant paradise had appeared in the east of Asgard 10,000 years ago. It was from that moment that he knew there was an unimaginably huge region outside of the 9 realms. Although the radiant paradise had only been active in the east all these years, Odin had always been wary of the radiant paradise's strength. This could be seen from the 7 archangels under the Lord of Light's command. The 7 archangels were all God-King experts, especially the head of the 7 archangels, the 6-winged seraph, the second angel of creation, the angel of dawn Lucifer. His strength almost surpassed that of the Asgard clan and his sworn brother, the fire god Loki. Half-step supreme, honorable God-King Odin, father of gods, our Lord has great respect for the Asgard clan. Our Lord is overjoyed that the Asgard clan is willing to ally with the Radiant Paradise. At the same time, he is also overjoyed that the two sides can work together to fight against the other gods. The angel of dawn Lucifer had an elegant smile on his face. There was an unusually familiar aura of light on his body. Even with the wisdom of the Father of Gods, the coldness in his single eye gradually eased. However, our Lord's conditions, the smile on Lucifer's handsome face softened slightly as he looked at the one-eyed king. The one-eyed king's single eye stiffened, as well as a hint of pain. Please believe in the sincerity of the Asgard clan. As long as you can help the Asgard clan survive the twilight of the gods, the Lord of Light can choose any of the 3 Chaos Holy Springs. Lucifer smiled and bowed slightly. In that case, Lucifer represents our Lord to thank the God King for his generosity. Soon, Lucifer's group was arranged by Odin to enter the kingdom of the Lord of Fertility, Frey, the home of elves, Alfheim. Watching Lucifer's group leave, the God King Odin's eyes flashed coldly in the huge palace. Twilight of the gods. Loki, I hope you don't seek your own destruction. The World Tree, which was also the Universe Tree. Under a huge tree root, there was a pool of spring water as clear as a mirror. This spring was called the Wuda Spring, but it was much larger than the other 2 and looked like a lake. The water level of the Wuda Spring was as flat as a mirror, picturesque and poetic. The spring water emitted a pleasing white light, illuminating the entire shade of the Universe Tree. Its spring water was also incomparably holy, and the animals that lived on the surface of the water were snow white. At the beginning of the world, 2 mountain birds came to rest by the spring and played in the water. The holy water made their feathers as white as snow. Later, people called these animal swans. The 3 deities of fate resided next to the Crow Scout Spring. Just as the messenger of the Lord of Light, the angel of dawn, Lucifer, arrived at the immortal palace, the surface of the black fountain, which was originally as calm as a mirror, suddenly rippled. Fate has changed. The 3 fates instantly noticed the change in the water. The future has changed. Legaruk has undergone a distorted change. The goddess of the future, Shikit, who was in charge of the future, corrected him. The eldest goddess of fate, Urds, was in charge of the past. The second goddess, Verthandes, was in charge of the present, and the third goddess, Shikit, was in charge of the future. Urds was old and decrepit, while Verthandes was in her prime, youthful and lively. Shikit was covered in a mysterious veil, not revealing the truth. She held the scroll of the future in her hand, but never opened it. The 3 deities of fate had different expressions, and their eyes flickered with complex emotions. Legaruk had always been a dark cloud hanging over the heads of the Aesir gods. This fate indicated that the Aesir gods were about to completely fall. The 12 main gods would all wither, and less than 1/10 of the Aesir gods would remain. The Universe Tree would also collapse at dusk, and the 9 worlds would all fall. In the flames of dusk, the world would fall into a long era of frost. For a long time, death would be the main theme of the future. Odin, the king of gods, could attract the archangel of the radiant paradise. He could hide it from others, but not from the 3 deities of fate. I hope our wise king of gods didn't invite a wolf into the house. Urds, the goddess of the past, had a hint of worry flickering on her aged face. Finally, the change of fate has been shaken. No matter how bad it is, it's just like in fate, the dusk of the gods. Verthandes, the goddess of the present, smiled. She was youthful and beautiful, sitting on a clean stone at the edge of the Black Scout Spring. Her white and slender legs drew splashes in the clear and bright, mirror-like Black Scout spring. In the splashes, it could be seen that a part of fate was violently fluctuating along with her slender legs. She might have a fortuitous encounter, become rich overnight, fall from the sky, or turn over a new leaf, and so on. There are all kinds of fates. The expressions of the other two deities of fate immediately returned to normal. Although the three deities of fate were members of the Aesir gods, they were also dissociated from the Aesir gods. The current enemy of the three deities of fate wasn't the dusk of the gods. It was another god of fate. In the Fog Country, another place where the universe tree's huge roots extended. In the three-eyed Chaos Spring, where the ice spring, Wagmir, was located. Strictly speaking, the Fog Country was born before the World Tree took root and sprouted. The huge Fog Country was filled with thick fog all year round, an area shrouded in bitter cold. The great river that flowed out of the Wagmir Spring had frozen into a huge glacier here. Over time, it had accumulated to an unfathomable height, and once it collapsed, it would emit a huge rumble. It was not easy to find the ice spring, Wagmir, in the endless glacier. But for a habitual thief like Qin Feng, it was not difficult at all. Within the glacier, Qin Feng saw a huge root of the World Tree that was like a towering mountain range. Outside the huge root was pure white snow, and it was shrouded in thick fog. Under the huge root, a cold spring was bubbling with water. A wave of extreme coldness emanated from it. Even ordinary sovereigns would shrink back when faced with this coldness that could freeze the laws of heaven and earth. Qin Feng's body was surrounded by a faint golden light. Within the faint golden light, countless cold energy was quietly absorbed and refined by the faint golden light when it was within 1,000 feet of his divine body. A hint of joy appeared in his eyes. The Aesir gods did not know what was good for them, and did not understand the use of the three-eyed Chaos Spirit Spring. It benefited him for nothing. Actually, Qin Feng did not know that there were people who knew what was good for them. For example, the one-eyed king, Odin, had absorbed the wisdom spring water and understood some of the strange secrets of heaven and earth. Odin was very clear about the miraculous effects of the three-eyed Chaos Spirit Spring. It was just that Odin was still in the God-King realm and could not refine it. He could only wait until he broke through to the paramount realm before absorbing it and increasing his cultivation. Chapter 1677. It wasn't that there wasn't a guardian under the ice snow spring. The powerful original poison dragon Nidhogg was guarding under the spring, gnawing away at the roots of the universe tree and corroding the vitality of the world. Ordinary people, even Odin, wouldn't be able to gain any benefits if they were to head to the ice snow spring. Above the ice snow spring, when Qin Feng arrived, Nidhogg had already noticed Qin Feng's figure. However, Nidhogg didn't dare to make any reckless moves. As a primordial ancient god, Nidhogg's divine instincts were extremely astonishing. When that person arrived, he sensed an inconceivable radiance that transcended fate from that person's body. He had only seen such brilliance from some of the best primordial ancient gods. Above the past, present, and future. Utmost being. This was an extremely honorable utmost being. Nidhogg was nearly scared out of his wits. He tried his best to retract his aura, afraid that this unfamiliar utmost being would come looking for trouble with him. How could Qin Feng have the time to find trouble with Nidhogg? As long as this poison dragon didn't rush to his death, Qin Feng couldn't be bothered. Within the ice snow spring, a faint golden light entered the spring water. Traces of the ice snow origin source were extracted and fused into Qin Feng's essence spirit source. An extremely cold power emanated from the god power within his body. A tyrannical radiance that could freeze everything seemed to freeze the river of fate. Nidhogg hid under the spring water. Looking at this scene, he immediately understood Qin Feng's goal. It wasn't to get rid of him, the root of the universe tree, but this ice snow spring. Nidhogg gritted his teeth. How could Nidhogg not know about the chaos origin source within the ice snow spring? However, this chaos origin source was extremely strong and horrifying. He had tried to absorb it before. However, he only managed to absorb a trace of it, and it froze him for thousands of years. It took thousands of years for him to thaw. Such a treasure could only be touched and refined by an utmost being. Initially, he was prepared to devour the essence of the universe tree and witness the true meaning of the destruction laws to become an utmost being before slowly refining this ice snow spring. Although he was a little jealous, Nidhogg heaved a sigh of relief. At least he managed to save a dragon's life. When Qin Feng absorbed the origin of primal chaos ice, the world lost its light and flames. The coldness on the ground intensified. Plains, mountains, lakes, strong winds, and snow blew in all directions. Endless ice and snow fell from the sky, and the earth was sealed in ice. Without sunlight, there would be no spring, summer, or autumn in the world. There would only be eternal winter. In the bone-chilling cold, living beings began to wither, and the power of the Legion of Gods was greatly affected. They began to weaken, and there were fewer and fewer places they could protect. Hunger and darkness that never saw the light of day became the main theme of the world. The world was filled with the shadows of suspicion and conflict. In order to compete for food, partners, and all kinds of resources, war and malice began to dominate the entire world. Order was collapsing like dominoes. Blood flowed like a river in the mortal world. People used spears and swords to kill each other. City-states fought against city-states, nobles against nobles, slaves against slaves. Blood dyed the earth red. In the wilderness, some powerful wild beasts that were hungry wandered around in search of food. They were also attacking cities and towns. People no longer forgave and helped each other. Brothers and sisters turned against each other, and father and son became enemies. They killed each other in ugly competition. The entire world became very uneasy, and evil spread like a plague. God's power was greatly weakened in this monstrous death and evil. Some of the monster seals that were suppressed by the Legion of Gods were attacked. Some tyrannical monsters appeared one after another, and the Legion of Gods of Aesir was in constant trouble. The giant race, not only the frost giants, but even the fire giants had begun to stir. The Legion of Gods of Aesir gradually lost control of the mortal world. The opportunity for the giant race had arrived. Becoming a legion of gods that stood above all living beings was an opportunity that the giant race yearned for even in their dreams. However, this disorder and chaos was alleviated when the sun and moon were born. The king of the Legion of Gods saw the order of the world collapsing. He used his peerless divine power to pierce through the sky and tear open the depths of the sky. He forcefully condensed a sun and a moon, and used this to restore the order of the world. This kind of death and the melting of ice and snow was undoubtedly an additional opportunity for the Legion of Gods of Aesir to catch their breath. However, at the sight of the spring of ice and snow, Qin Feng, who had already absorbed most of the origin of ice and snow, was rather displeased. Who was the one who benefited the most from the expansion of death and ice and snow? Apart from the goddess of winter, Skadi, it was him, the master of death and ice and snow. He wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to break through to the paramount realm in one fell swoop. Now that this opportunity was forcefully delayed, Qin Feng was naturally rather displeased. He opened his eyes, glanced at the sun and moon that appeared in the sky, and quickly came up with an idea. Odin, if you want to end the fate of the twilight of the gods and break through fate to become a paramount, you have to ask me. Murmuring, Qin Feng quickly closed his eyes. At this moment, his body was filled with the terrifying power of extreme cold. The origin of ice and snow appeared on his body, and the law of ice and snow was rapidly perfecting. Ice and snow would become the fifth manifestation on his body. Generally, when a paramount had one manifestation, it was already above the gods. For something similar to the void desolate world, Being able to possess the power of 3 appearances was already something that was far stronger than most utmost beings. Now that he had 5 manifestations on his body, it was simply unheard of. However, Qinfeng also knew that although having 5 manifestations was far stronger than the average paramount, there was still a huge gap between him and the paramount realm. At this moment, in the stone cave, the tortured Loki also discovered that as the world fell into chaos, the divine power of the curse on the chain that bound him became weaker and weaker. When the divine power of the giant python above his head weakened, the female, giant Sigurd, took the opportunity to expel it. It freed a part of Loki's pain. As the fan flapped, it revealed his skinny upper body. At this moment, Loki was no longer satisfied with his elegant and handsome appearance in the immortal palace. His face was full of holes, and the black poison left terrifying holes like the corrosion in a coffin. His red hair was messy, and his entire person was filled with darkness and coldness. When he raised his head, he also saw the birth of the sun and moon. His pair of eyes became deeper and deeper, and terrifying hatred rolled in them. After a moment, he said to the female giant Sigurd, "Let's fight Hati and Skur." Hati and Skur were Loki's grandsons. They were 2 demonic wolves, and also the sons of Loki's son, the demonic wolf Fenrir. They inherited the demonic wolf Fenrir's greedy power to devour everything. Since they were born, they were hidden by Loki in the Iron Tree Forest in the underworld of Hyam. Of course, Aesir and the other gods didn't know this, but they couldn't hide it from Qinfeng, the Lord of the Death World. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.